All right. Good morning. Great game last night. Yankees versus the Jays. They had the win last night. All right, watching in Excel here. All right. All right, folks. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Wednesday, the 8th of October. Got about 11 minutes to go for the opening bell. About 11 minutes, 10 minutes to go. UNH is up this morning, breaking out. UNH, plan on adding to UNH. UNH breaking out.
And exhale.
Futures drifting a bit higher. We got support 6,700, resistance 6,750. Let's go take a look at this morning's notes. Got pretty sticky positive gamma right in this area. For today, we got an iron condor. One of these sides are most likely going to get tested. Let's see, that was yesterday. Okay, I don't think anything's changed here. Let's see. 67.50. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, let me change this.
CBLT. NYNZ. ZNB. KYTX.
All right. Looks like NASDAQ 100. What's going on NASDAQ 100?
NYNZ.
Seriously? We have nothing green today? That can't be.
KYTX.
Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. Okay, we've got about 40 stocks advancing on the NASDAQ 100. Number one is Constellation Energy. That's one Dr. Frank got us interested in. Dr. Frank, if you're listening, hope you're feeling better. What did ATON do? ATON took a path lower. Looks like it's trying to turn now. ATON.
ATON.
Okay, Constellation Energy, that one's up this morning. Constellation starting to trend, 921 up and to the right. United Health is up this morning, breaking out
ATON.
of this squeeze. UNH, let me just put that here, UNH. Okay, ATON and XL. UNH, UNH. Okay. UNH looking good.
ATON.
All right, yesterday we finished off with down volume leading into the close. Okay, watching for AMD to do something.
NXL.
AMD. Nice gap up on AMD. Looking for some direction on AMD. Closed at 211. It's currently trading 214. AMD pre-market. AMD.
NXL.
AMD starting to turn. Just shy of 214. AMD.
NXL.
Okay. Let's see, where is S&P right now? S&P futures. Shoot, that almost fell over.
SLNH.
67.75 futures. SPY.
SEM.
SPY, we're up this morning. S&P futures is up, 14 handles going into the open, S&P.
NXL.
Okay, we got about 4 minutes to go for the opening bell. Rocket Labs on the watch list. Rocket Labs looking for that to follow through. Rocket Labs continuation looking good. Rocket Labs. United Health, higher this morning, United Health.
XBI.
United Health, starting to fade a little bit right now. 370. Okay, so we felt like we might see a 370 yesterday. Okay, we're just shy of 370. Breaking out RSI showing muscle. UNH should continue. I'm probably going to add to UNH. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go for the opening bell.
XBI.
All right, Freeport McMoran, some of these metal stocks, miners like Freeport, Continuation, Freeport is up 2.6%. Freeport.
OPEN.
XVIO. NVX.
Two minutes. Less than 2 minutes to go.
NVX.
First 15 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table, usually reassessing the markets after about 9:40, 9:50 a.m.
NVX.
Looking for a trend after 10 o'clock. We have support at 6,700, resistance 6,750. Going into the opening bell, 6,750. You can see that level right here.
CCTG.
Okay, we got a level down here at 66.55. That looks like could be, it's not that huge.
HIMY.
Okay. All right. About to open here. About 20 seconds to go. About 20 seconds to go. And we're open. Okay. Give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down.
OPEN. UUUU.
Okay, OPEN.
RKLB.
Okay, open door technologies. We've got a squeeze on here. Open. Let's see what open is doing. Open. Nice little pop there.
BTQ. PENG.
Open door. Watch this one. It's squeezing. May do something here.
LCID.
XTLB. NXL.
RKLB.
XVIO. ATON. VIAF. TVACW.
TDIC
WFCPY.
halted. TDIC will resume at 9 hours 35 minutes and 45 seconds.
AEVA.
RKLX.
RKLX.
Open. Bought a few shares of open just now.
QS.
KYTX.
BLBX.
Let's see how this does today.
ASTX.
We've traded open before.
SPRB. XTLB. NXL. ATON.
Open door.
VIAF. WFCPY.
Pre-market with buy order blocks.
RKLX. BLNK.
QS. AEVA.
Okay, so far the SPY, we've got an inside day. SPY with an inside day.
BTQ.
BTQ. ASTX.
LIDR.
XTLB.
Okay, Intel,
VIAF.
a little fade there on Intel.
BQ.
NAK.
KYT.
Okay, what's Netflix doing? Netflix, put credits on Netflix.
KLX. ZNB. CRMLW.
BLNK.
QS. RGTIW. GAU. SPRB.
RGTIW. LIDR.
BURU. BQ.
BQ. RKLX.
RGTI. IONX.
NAK. QS.
Intel.
RR.
Okay, there goes NVIDIA popping.
GME. WS. KYTX. NXL. RKLX.
Okay, NVIDIA with a pop.
NVD.
NVIDIA.
US,
Okay, NVIDIA looks good coming off the 90 EMA.
CRMLW, RGTIW, WETO, QUBX, MSN,
BQ halted.
BURU,
BQ will resume at 9 hours 37 minutes and 41
XBIO,
seconds.
Okay, Tesla pulling back. Tesla.
LRZ, LIDR, NBTX,
Tesla.
NXL, ONMD,
QS. LIDR. ASTS. NAK.
Good job there, Antoine. Going along. Let's see. Let me just get him the link to the room.
TELO, PLRZ, NXL, XBIO,
QUBX.
ONMD,
GLTO.
UPC,
FRPT. PLUG. HIVE. GAU.
Okay, futures are still trying to hang out in this area. Futures.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you can.
Okay. Okay, New York Fangs are looking a little better here. Snowflake higher. Broadcom.
NAK.
Broadcom going.
PLRZ, XBIO,
S&P pulling back a bit. Futures pulling back a hair. We got resistance overhead.
SOPA,
Look for that area to get tested. 67.50.
SOPA. QUBX. FRPT.
XTLV, WET, RNAZ,
PLRZ.
MIGA, QPUX,
XBIO.
PLRZ,
TDIC may resume in less than a minute.
WS, VIAF, GSRT, XBIO,
Okay. Microsoft up. NVIDIA up.
SOPA,
SOPA.
CCTG, XTLV,
Netflix looking good. SoFi with the follow through. SoFi.
CPS,
SoFi hit the 50-day
RNAZ,
and bounced. SoFi.
BIAF. XBIO SRT. XBIO will resume at 9 hours 39 minutes and 54 seconds.
ATON,
UPC halted.
VIAF,
UPC will resume at 9 hours 39 minutes and 7 seconds.
WS, XBIO,
NVIDIA.
PALI,
NAK.
QBTZ,
Okay. Apple still going. Apple.
PLG.
Consolidating. This is
SLMH.
like day 13. Day 13 on this.
IMAB.
MSN,
Day 13 on this sideways pattern.
VIAF,
Apple at the highs.
CDM,
Got a few upgrades over the last couple of weeks.
KYTX, RNAZ, IONZ, CHAI,
Meta pulling back a bit. Meta.
XTLB.
Okay, Meta had a hammer. What was it on Monday?
QBTZ,
Okay, we're looking for this to push higher.
VIAF.
Meta.
ERAS,
TDIC halted. ERAS. TDIC will resume at 9 hours 41 minutes and 1 second.
NUAI,
LIDR.
MSN, GME, WS,
Okay, first 15 or 20 minutes, all I'm doing is taking profits off the table, just reassessing here what's going on. Netflix looking good. Netflix.
PLRZ, QBTZ,
PLG. PLRZ. NAK. FRPT. BQ may resume in less than a minute. ARBE.
WETH, NXL, MSN,
BIAF. WETH.
VIAF,
Snowflake higher. Apple trying to go.
BURU.
NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA looks good on the daily.
GME, WS,
PLG.
BURU,
Okay, we're inside of yesterday's wick.
SOPA LNZ.
Okay, Microsoft. We're looking for the follow through in Microsoft.
MIGA,
BLNK. GAU.
QBTZ,
BURU.
GME,
Okay, UNH is up nearly 1%. UNH. I plan on adding to this one as we start to trend again. 400's not too far away.
WG.
UNH.
CWBX.
MIGA,
ARBE.
EHGO,
NAK,
Okay, the 200 days overhead.
RNAZ,
Let me just zoom out a little bit.
GME,
All right, there's your 200-day overhead. 200-day
BURU,
is 394. 394.
CNB Vault, BLNK, CNB will resume at 9 hours 42 minutes and 9 seconds.
MIGO,
PLG, NAK,
RNAZ,
IMAB,
GME, WS, BURU,
SRIM may resume in less than a minute.
XTLB, RITR,
XTLB, PLG,
MYNZ, IMAB, EHGO, RNAZ,
IMAB,
BURU,
BURU,
ATON,
ARBE,
XTLB,
XTLB, UPC, PLG,
UPC,
NVIDIA going.
RNAZ, PLG, GME, WS,
NVIDIA looking good.
IMAB,
NVIDIA open.
TDIC may resume in less than a
Not
minute.
following through yet. NVIDIA on the move. NVIDIA.
IMAB, ATON,
NAK,
XTLB,
ARBE, TDIC may resume in less than a minute. RNAZ, XBIO, XTLB, POET,
XBIO, RNAZ, NXL,
RNAZ halted.
RGTX,
RNAZ will resume at 9 hours 44 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay, we got a bull flag on the daily. NVIDIA breaking higher.
XTLB,
NVIDIA, we got a bull flag breaking to the upside.
CHAI,
XTLB,
Okay, futures are starting to turn here. Futures.
NXL,
POET, CRWG,
It's a little early.
RGTX,
IMAB,
QUBX,
SOPA may resume in less than a minute.
ATON,
ARBE,
Okay, NVIDIA probably going to, let me sell some put premium.
ARQNB may resume in less than a minute.
ARQQ,
Let's see, let me just check real quick.
NAK,
XTLB,
Where's NVIDIA?
BURU,
NVIDIA is cheap.
RGTX,
NVIDIA is cheap at 12.85%.
SMTK,
Risk reversal rank at 12.85%. Supermicros only 4%. Buy call spreads on Supermicro. That's what we've been doing. Target, looking at Target. Okay.
IMAB,
Target.
BURU,
Yeah, Target looks good. I like it.
KYTX, ARQQ, NAK, XTLB, CRWG, IONC,
NXL,
IMAB, FIG,
XTLB, BURU,
XTLB, NAK,
XBIO,
Okay, UNH looking good. UNH should add to that one. UNH. I got the 380, 400 call vertical for November. That's up huge this morning.
XTLB,
IMAB, CRWG, CWBX,
BQ,
BQ,
Put credits are also doing well.
KYTX.
Let's see.
ATON.
IONZ. ARBE. NEBX.
QTTV.
Apple on the move. Okay, Apple's going here.
IMAB.
Okay,
XTLB.
NVIDIA starting to see some profit taking. NVIDIA.
VELO.
RNAZ may resume in less than a minute. CWBX.
NXL.
IMAB.
Okay, I'm going to take some NVIDIA off here.
KYTX.
VIAF. XVIO.
All right, took some NVIDIA off
ARBE.
into strength.
ATON. IMAB.
Open is going.
STLB.
Open going.
KYTX.
Okay, watch open.
STLB.
Plan on adding to that. Let's see if it goes. If this is just more chop. Snowflake is going. Snowflake looks good. Snowflake. Pop.
LAZR. CWBX. KYTX.
CRML.
ARBE.
CRML. That one's been
BQR.
active this morning. CRML.
9 hours 48 minutes and 30 seconds.
KYTX.
QBTZ. CRWG. LAC.
ZNB.
IONZ. TDIC may resume in less than a minute.
ARCX. KYTX.
HOTH.
Okay, let's go. Let's do this. Oracle. Inside day on Oracle.
TDIC may resume in less than a minute.
Oracle. NVIDIA. NVIDIA. A little profit taking there.
WS. RNAZ.
WOLF.
Open.
ARCX.
Okay, Bitcoin's trying to find a bounce here.
ASTX.
Inside day on Coinbase.
ELBM. LAZR. QBTZ. IONZ. ARBE.
ASTX.
Bitcoin trying to bounce
WS.
in the
SOH
lower
in less than a minute.
lower half of yesterday's range. Okay,
ASTX.
let things settle down a little bit. It's 9:46 on the East Coast. The S&P is trying to hold this level.
ASTS.
S&P is trying to hold.
SOUX. XVIO.
Okay, watching the hedging flows continue to drop off. We got 67.
ERAS.
6,700 is support, and then below that we could really accelerate fast. 6,750 overhead resistance for now.
VURU.
Looking for futures to turn back up.
IONZ. ASTS.
NYNZ.
ASTX.
SOUX. XVIO. SMTK. GME. WS. MSN.
MSN.
NXL. BURU.
LAC. LIDR. ERAS. SOUX.
Okay, we're getting a little hook on the S&P. Could be chop day. Let's go see what up-down volume says.
ASTX.
Up-down volume.
9 hours 51 minutes.
Currently, survey says kind of mixed, 1-to-1. NASDAQ composite is 1.8. Q's 1.6. SPY is 1-to-1 down. IWM is 1-to-1 down. New York Stock Exchange is 1-to-1 up. New York FANG, most of them look okay.
RNAZ.
Meta, Amazon, Tesla are down at the moment.
OET.
Netflix pulling back a little bit.
LAZR. WOLF.
SOUX.
ASTX.
GME. WS. ZNB, NXL,
ASTS.
All right, GE. Yesterday, I put in an iron condor on GE.
IOMZ.
Let's go take a look at some of these real quick while we're waiting for the opening range.
LAZR.
GME, WS, BURU,
Okay, opening range. 340 is a little bit further off the screen. I just put it up there just to have the notations. S&P bouncing. S&P with the bounce.
ASTS.
Okay, S&P with the bounce.
ARBE.
SOPA,
S&P. Looks good. S&P
BURU,
6750 looks like an area where we might test.
MSN.
I'll send that to the long side
LAZR. ASTX.
order screen. Okay, that's on the move here. Okay, nice move on the S&P 500. Nice move.
SOPA,
Currently on the move here, S&P. Back up to the pre-market high. S&P back up to the pre-market high.
NXL,
Snowflake still pushing. Snowflake, S&P.
ARBE. POET.
S&P back up to the high.
SNGX. LAZR.
ACXP, SOPA, NXL,
RNAZ LAZR. RNAZ will resume at 9 hours 54 minutes and 21 seconds. TGIC may resume in less than a minute.
ACXP, XTLB, SMTK,
Waiting for the markets to settle down.
WOLF. LUNR. ABBE.
YTRA, XTLB, INTP,
Let the markets settle down.
IONZ. WOLF.
VINI,
Okay, futures.
LAZR. ABBE.
TDIC,
Okay, so we're ping-ponging just below the, London session high, swing high just before the open. Okay, we briefly tapped above that level, looks like. All right, S&P watching.
TON,
So yesterday we had this pretty bearish candle. Right now we're in the lower half of that candle. 6750 is resistance.
XTLB,
SNGX. IONZ.
SOPA,
UNH performing very well. UNH. I
TON,
plan on adding to my position. I have put credits as well as 380, 400 calls. 380, 400 call for November. 380, 400 call for November.
VINI,
Okay, GE.
SNGX.
Okay, GE currently,
ACXP,
that looks good. Let's look at UNH. Plan on adding UNH. Okay. So let me just add a note here.
ATON.
Okay.
SOPA.
Calls
RAS.
21 November. The 380, 400, 380.
TDIC halted.
400.
TDIC will resume at 9 hours 56
Okay.
minutes and 34 seconds. RNAZ may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, we're moving in the right direction, UNH. Okay, I plan on adding to these calls the 380, 400 for November. I had the June 400 calls. I sold those for a profit and bought
HOTA.
these, and with the profit I bought these, and I sold some put credits. Okay, NVIDIA, what are you doing, NVIDIA? NVIDIA holding the highs right now. Apple is still going. Broadcom moved up. Broadcom.
RGTX.
Okay, Broadcom, let me take a look at that. Broadcom.
VGZ.
VGZ.
Okay, Broadcom in the middle of this pattern. Okay, we've got a iron condor on this one as well.
SOUX.
This trade is still valid. The delta, the 24 delta is probably about a 26 delta now, just judging by the price action. Okay.
VGZ.
Okay, S&P starting to bounce again.
VGZ.
EVLT.
Okay, what else do I want to look at here?
SOUX.
So UNH, you don't have to do a whole lot. This is 10 weeks up. I'm still expecting the markets to give back some. Nothing yet. GE looks okay. Broadcom looks okay. Calls. Okay, S&P pushing back up. S&P.
EVLT.
SOUX.
Okay, so the range, the London high, about right there, just eyeballing it. Actually, it's higher than that. London swing high is up here.
SMTK. WETO.
SNGX. TDIC may resume in less than a minute.
Let's see, the Qs.
LAZR.
Okay, open door pulling back now, open door. Open door still squeezing.
SMTK.
GSRT. SNGX.
VINI.
S&P 500. I hate that this happens.
XVIO.
S&P. Okay, Microsoft still going. Microsoft.
SMTK. ATON.
KYTX.
AMD, looking for that follow through in AMD. Okay,
VINI.
we had that inside day. Okay, inside day.
SLNH.
NXL.
HCTI.
DGNX. TDIC. KYTX.
KYTX.
XVIO.
SNGX.
Okay, AMD yesterday was an inside day. AMD yesterday was an inside day. The directional bias you take from the following day. So today is that following day. Okay, so we're looking for AMD to continue. Okay, AMD looking good.
XVIO. KYTX.
SOUX. SLNH. SOUN.
NXL. SLNH. VINI.
Okay, SoundHound sounds like SOUN. That sounds like it's busy again today. SoundHound.
It's awesome.
Shut up. Okay, S&P is trying to break out again. S&P trying to go. Okay, 6750 is 20 points away. That's resistance, 6750. Let's see if Trace is confirming. Trace is confirming 6750.
TDIC.
KPTI. OKLL.
Oracle. Okay, Oracle is up 1.5%.
SMTK.
Okay, nice pop there on Oracle.
SLNH.
UNH,
HOBR.
SLNH.
UNH,
VINI.
Charter, CoreWeave, Oracle, IBM,
RNAZ.
OKLL.
Apple, looking good, Apple. Apple.
XVIO.
Nice move there on Apple.
SMTK.
HOBR.
All right, watching the hedging flows on S&P 500.
TDIC.
Snowflake rising, Broadcom rising, NVIDIA highs of the day, just below the highs of the day right now, NVIDIA.
RNAZ.
OKLL. SLNH.
SMTK.
WOLF.
XVIO. TDIC. VINI. KYTX.
FLY. SMU.
RNAZ.
SLNH.
SMTK. XVIO.
VGZ.
VINI.
Watching hedging flows, presently zipping higher, 6740, 6750, look like likely targets.
SLNH.
All right, we continue to break out here. S&P is breaking higher.
XVIO.
Okay, nice pop here, nice pop.
SOUN.
TDIC.
FLY. SLNH. PBM. HOBR. SMU. GSRT.
TBN. ACXP. NXL. TDIC.
GSRT. FLY.
S&P with a nice pop here.
VINI.
Okay, we're about to take out the, I think we just did actually. Did we just take out London High?
HOBR.
I gotta get in the habit of doing this.
ACXP.
Let me go to the 15 minute.
WOLF.
15 minute.
ZNB.
Yeah, that's pretty much the London High, right? That's a London. Nice. London swing high. Kind of convoluted.
DNA.
Yeah, we definitely blasted right through there, though.
BURU.
CCCF.
6750s. Those went from $2 to $4 pretty quick here. 6750s. We got a ways to go to get to 6750.
CCXW.
Okay, swing low was about
WOLF. CDZI. DNA. FLY.
all right. Nice little follow through here. Let's see if we can get something else out of this. Momentum is clearly bullish. The hedge flows are bullish.
BITF.
Okay, 6750. All right, so you already got some of these longs taken off here. All right, so red is short. The dealers are short. Market is long.
TDIC.
At this purple right here, dealers are long. The markets are short.
TON.
So this looks like a credit. Some of this is probably a credit spread getting tested right here.
TNMG.
S&P 500 looking for more upside. Okay. Okay, so this is gonna, like I said yesterday, if we had a update today that would confuse a lot of people. Right now, we're just kind of consolidating. You can consolidate.
FLY.
Consolidation comes in two forms, right? In time and in price.
TNMG.
We could just pop. I'm assuming that we're going to stay here below 6750. We'll just kind of chop around. Okay. Consolidate recent gains.
TDIC.
FLY.
XBIO. BURU. TNMG.
GSRT.
XBIO.
Okay. UNH, I plan on adding to this one. This is doing well. UNH, let me take a look at UNH. Little pullback right now. I hit 372. We were looking for 370 yesterday.
BNC.
Looking for this. Got buyer blocks right here. There's no supply. We're into the gap, right? UNH. Let's go take a look at that. UNH.
XBIO.
WOLF.
UNH. You don't need a whole bunch of positions to accomplish a goal. A goal can be as simple as $250 a day, average. All right, that's $5,000 a month. If you can average that 5 days a week,
SLNH.
you make 400 one day,
BNC.
you lose 200 the next day, but overall you're making, 250, 200 to $250 a day. If you do 500, that's $10,000 a month. So you can do that with small, fewer positions, easier to manage, than a dozen or 2 dozen positions. Oklo looks like it might get a bounce here. Oklo inside day. All right, so Oklo. Let's see what else is going on here. Tesla.
QTTB.
XBIO.
Tesla. I sold the put side. I took the put side off.
RNAZ.
UNH, S&P. S&P still pushing. Okay, we got some supply overhead. Liquidity overhead. 6750 looks like a likely target.
RNAZ.
Okay, looks good. S&P pushing.
RNAZ.
Okay, hedging flows. Sorry, killing your eyes here. Hedging flows continue to rise. We're up against that area, looking for a little bit more. We got about 10 handles to go to get to 6750. 6740 is where it starts to see some resistance.
TDIC may resume in less than a minute.
MSN.
UNH, AMD looking good. Let's take a look at AMD for a few. Keep an eye on AMD. All right, so the rule on AMD is inside day.
VITF.
Inside day, take the next direction. Directional bias comes from the next day, okay?
VIN.
Big gap up on expectations and news. Inside day, following day, take direction.
FIG. CRCA.
TNMG. BURU.
Okay, S&P on the move. AMD looks good. Frig, I hate this.
TNMG.
CRCG.
BURU.
TNMG.
All right, nice rally here.
TNMG. BURU.
Hope you're having a good morning. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a nice little rally we're seeing right now, back up to the weekly highs. Okay, on the move here.
SNGX.
Probably going to consolidate in a range the way it looks right now. We had an engulfing candle right there
TNMG.
for now, an engulfing candle the previous day, and now we're seeing a nice little pop back up to yesterday's high.
QTTV.
Looks good.
YAR.
Okay, keep an eye on hedging flows. Okay, hedging flows continue to rise. Okay, what's above this? 97 percentile, 6810, another level.
SNGX.
TNMG.
Supermicro. Okay, looking good. SMCI looking good.
YYAR. NXL. UPC. TNMG,
QTTB, CCCX, GNMG, SNGX,
YYA,
Yeah.
NXL, SMTK,
Okay. Apple's still going here. Apple looking good. Okay, we needed that after yesterday's beating.
TNMG,
Many of you needed a nice little pop. Yesterday was a beating in some respects. A lot of stocks pulled back, like Tesla. Tesla, that was a little unusual. It sold an iron condor, took the put side off because I thought we might see more downside.
NXL,
Holding up very well. Netflix, I sold some put credits on Netflix. That's looking really good. Netflix.
YYA,
SLNH,
TNMG, ACXP,
Netflix.
NXL, UPC,
GDIC may resume in less than a minute. CCCX, UPC,
Netflix pushing higher. Where is the freaking thing that I sold? Okay.
IONZ,
Netflix. Let me just update this.
ACXP,
SLNH,
Netflix.
UPC,
Okay, let me change it to some extra bars here. Okay, Netflix. I just need to mark this up real quick. The markets look pretty good today. The put side is 1130, 1120.
IONZ,
1130, 1130, 1120. $11.30, $11.20 put. November 14, November credit.
ABSI,
Okay.
TDIC,
BNC,
UPC,
UPC, IONZ,
Okay. 4 months. Apologies here.
TDIC, XVI, NXL,
MSN,
Okay, that looks better. All right, 11:30, 11:20. Okay, we want this to continue higher, obviously.
TDIC, XVI,
IONZ,
11:30, 11:20.
TDIC,
Okay, S&P looks like it's still going to keep going. There goes Apple. Apple looking really good. S&P looking good. S&P looking good. Hedging flows continue to run, starting to taper off, actually.
XVI,
Hedging flows.
TDIC,
Let me change this color so it's not so, doesn't mess you up so much, okay? Hedging flows. Okay, we're up against resistance now. S&P at resistance.
AREB,
XVI, NXL.
ASTS you bought, Frano? Okay, ASTS. Okay, nice little B pivot perhaps.
MSN.
ASTS. BIMI, BIMI. We're talking BIMI too. BINI, BINI. Open. Yeah, that continues a lower open, looking for a bounce.
PWG.
Bitcoin with the bounce.
MIG.
We're at first resistance right now.
IONC.
Okay, Bitcoin looking better. Bitcoin. Let's check out Coinbase. I want to add to my CONL. CONL. Okay, let's take a look at that. Looks like a flag. We tested the 90 MA. It's probably going to go. Let me add to CONL.
PLUG.
Let's see. CONL. Okay, I have the 50, 55s. All right, so that's good. Let me take a look at CONL, 50, 55s. CONL.
ATON.
Trade CONL.
IGI.
50, 55s. 50.
XBI.
CRCG. CRCA. LAZR.
By
UPC.
vertical. 50, 55. 50. 55. Those are going for $1.35. Okay, I bought a few more of those.
RXRX.
Trying to anyway. Trying to.
CRCG. FIG.
Mhm.
LAZR.
AREB.
Coinbase, Bitcoin. We're looking for Bitcoin to follow through. Oracle pulling back a bit. Oracle. Open, that pulled back. Open, no follow through there yet.
SNGX.
RNAZ.
Okay, S&P is starting to flag. We ran into first resistance. First resistance. High of the day right now. High of the day right there. Got fair value gaps down here. Buy order blocks. Nice look to it.
PNC.
Okay, let's see. S&P, you hit first resistance, and you can see hedging flows turning back down. First resistance right in this area. You can see.
AREB.
You're looking at FIG, F-I-G. Okay.
BNC.
What was that? Figma. Yeah, I like it. I like Figma. I like it. Netflix have a position.
AREB.
AREB.
Zscaler, you're looking at Zscaler. All right, this is Frano bringing up Figma.
STUB.
This IPO finally had a little pullback. Does it have any options, Figma? I'd rather trade options than shares. Something
BNC.
synthetic long shares by being in the money. Figma, yeah, it does have options. Let me go out to January. At least January, and see what we can do here. Okay, a lot of open interest at 70, 80. All right, let me buy a 70, 80 vertical. Buy
PLUG.
vertical 70, 80,
XBIO.
70, 80.
BITF. BNC. AREB halted. AREB will resume at 10 hours 28 minutes and 13 seconds.
AREB.
AREB.
Okay, trying to get in at 290.
PLUG.
Actually, let me cancel that and put this limit order a little bit lower.
LAZR.
Don't want to chase this.
RXRX. SP.
That's okay. That's okay.
AREB.
Actually, you know what? Let me do 70, 75 instead. Cancel, replace. Let me do 70, 75 for now.
SB idle.
Limit. Okay, I did 70, 75. Let's see if I get filled.
XP idle.
All right, we got a little pivot higher low on the S&P.
LAZR. CWBX. CRWG.
XB idle.
FCEL.
GE. Okay, GE looks good. I have a iron condor on this one. While we're waiting for the breakout, GE. Bollinger Bands coming together somewhat.
XB idle.
Let's see.
LAZR.
GE.
ABSI.
Once it makes up its mind which way it wants to go, if it continues to rise, I'll maybe adjust this side or take it off altogether, double up on the put side.
FCEL.
Haven't decided yet.
CNN halted. CNN will resume
Futures
10 hours, 12
flagging.
minutes and 15 seconds.
Apple at the high of the day. Apple.
BITF.
SGBX.
SGBX. LAZR.
Yesterday would have been more of a positive day for me had I not. I'm finding that if I scalp S&P in the wrong conditions like we had yesterday, yesterday was more of a downside trend, that I wind up cheating myself. Instead of looking for that first turn, that big turn in hedge flows and just going with the trend until it turns back down. Yesterday I scalped too much. I could have done a lot better on S&P. So I'm getting used to this hedge flow. Getting used to this. Been using this for about a month or so. Just using hedge flows for S&P big cap entries or confirmation more so. So
CRCA.
XB idle.
CC.
anyway, yesterday was pretty choppy, but yet big bearish engulfing candle. I thought for sure that we'd fade a little bit more. I did take a hedge on SPY puts out in November. Those are fine. Broadcom pulling back. Snowflake is still going here. Snowflake.
YMC.
Okay, Snowflake had a squeeze that triggered last week. Snowflake triggered last week. Okay.
ARC may resume in less than a minute.
It's above standard deviation 2 for the last 5 trading days. Snowflake. Okay, this looks like it wants to break out. Snowflake. Snowflake, let's check earnings. Snowflake, November 27th. 123% earnings growth, 31% revenue growth. Enterprise AI. Okay, here we go. S&P. Now, yesterday I would have scalped this several times. I'm finding that the more I scalp, the less I'm making in a condition like we saw yesterday. Yesterday, if you look at the price action, you can see what we're dealing with. We had a nice downfall. That would really worked really well. But then trying to scalp this in the evening session, I wound up giving back a lot of this gain from the previous. because I thought for sure that we're going to run back up. Didn't happen. So I got to do maybe 1 or 2 trades using hedge flows. Right now, the long is looking like it's very persistent. We're up against resistance. All right. Future's looking really strong here. See, I would be inclined to take a long here, a scalp, and I'm going to hesitate because we're at the high right there. I should have taken the long right there at the low. Anyway, neither here nor there. I'm just talking out loud. AMD. Okay, AMD is a good example of a strategy where short-term strategy, short-term bias, where you have a big day, big gap up, news, inside day. You take the following day. Today is the following day. Directional bias on AMD is bullish. Put a stop underneath today's low or yesterday's low. You're looking really good on AMD. I already have a position. I plan on adding to AMD. Let's see. Yeah, I may want to do that actually. AMD on a next BC pivot. AMD. All right, so we got a BC pivot right now on AMD. Okay, Iron, the pullback giving you an opportunity. I agree with you, Frano. I agree. This one's been strong, strong, strong. Trending. 9/21, 50 days up and to the right. You could wait a little longer, but you might miss it. Strong. Look at the volume the last 3 days, Frano. That tells me institutions will probably do exactly what you're doing. All right. Looks good. Trying to break out here. CoreWeave. I have put credits on CoreWeave. Okay, that's looking good. Let's see. CoreWeave. This is still a valid trade, CoreWeave. Where did I put it?
RNAZ.
It's like the 4th time I didn't have the trade marked up. CoreWeave. Maybe it's in here. CoreWeave, CRWV.
CENN.
CoreWeave. No? Huh. That's weird. Okay, but you can see what we're thinking here. A few weeks ago, we were looking at this W-shaped pattern. With a W-shaped pattern, the center of the W right here at 105.50. Once that price is taken out, the thought is that bulls are in control. Okay, on the downward moves, obviously the bears are in control. We try to take it back. That's indicating institutions are buying. You can see the volume for the most part. The 20 days up and to the right, it's above the 50-day. Looks good. RSI rising. Let me just mark this. Let me mark this up because I need a copy of this. CoreWeave, what do I have? I have the put credits. The reason why I'm taking it a little bit easier this morning is because we're 10 weeks up, and I'm still not convinced that the S&P is just consolidating at the highs. We can do it 2 ways. We can do it in time, just move sideways, or we can pull back in price. I thought that today we would open up maybe a little bit lower. I do have a SPY hedge for November. The 660, 650 put vertical for a hedge, just a hedge. S&P is breaking out here. S&P. Let's see if these trades come off or not. Let's go to 0 day. Okay, 0 day. Okay, we're pushing through this area, looking very strong. Okay, futures trying to break higher.
NTLA. BNC.
S&P starting to hit a little bit of resistance here.
AREB.
AREB. BNC.
UNH, UNH. UNH ripping here. UNH ripping. UNH is ripping here, folks. There it goes. Okay, big move on UNH.
Newspapers.com. The past. Read all about it.
Dad, I'm Bug.
Let's count the smiles.
If you want to.
UNH, nice move there. Hedge flows are hesitating.
PRME.
Hedge flows are hesitating up here at this resistance zone. The most, if we get through this, most of, I would think, is 67.60. Most likely going to run into resistance right here. 0 day. People are short in this area.
NXL.
Okay, ARM Holdings has been showing some strength lately. ARM Holdings.
AREB will resume at 10 hours 39 minutes and 36
Okay.
seconds.
NVIDIA, this morning, NVIDIA showing strength. Okay, we're holding at the highs, NVIDIA. I did take some off this morning. NVIDIA.
ATON. NXL.
UNH looking good.
NTLA. LDI.
Core Weave. Where are you, Core Weave?
ATON. NXL.
NTLA. SABA. STUB.
ATON.
LDI. QURE.
Okay, hedging flows, just kind of chopping around here. Looks like resistance for now.
SABA.
Bitcoin did bounce a little bit, fading on the bounce, fading the bounce. Open, dipped initially, starting to bounce now.
LDI.
Open, okay.
STUB.
Broadcom,
QRE.
UNH doing really well. I really want to add to UNHG. UNHG, where are you, UNHG?
ARBE.
Okay, UNHG looks good. All right, let me take a look at that. I might want to do that. Might want to add to UNHG. CoreWeave looks good. UNHG. Yeah, that's breaking out.
In less than a minute.
I'd like to do it though on a dip. Okay, we had a dip this morning. First dip on UNHG. UNHG dipping again. I'll just leave it alone for now. Mhm.
ORBS. ARBE. LDI. NTLA.
BINI.
YTRA.
ORBS.
ORBS.
ELBM.
NTLA.
UNHG. Okay, holding the highs. UNH breaking out. UNH is going some more. Okay, UNH is obviously on the move.
ELBM.
SABA. NTLA. STUB. ARBE.
SABS.
UNH at the highs of the day. UNH breaking out. UNH breaking out. Bollinger Band TTM squeeze trigger. Everything looks good for the follow through.
GEMI.
Okay, the 200 day is overhead.
SABS.
200 day is at 394.
ORBS.
UNH looking good. All right, let's see what Fortinet is doing. Fortinet. Okay, that's hanging out. Trade Desk. Trade Desk got rejected at the 50 day yesterday. Trade Desk. Looking for the follow through. The top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Datadog breaking out.
STUB.
DDD. Datadog breaking out. New highs. Number one.
GEMI.
Datadog's number one. Got an ATR of $5. It's up 8, so you'd be chasing this at this point. Datadog. Very strong price action on Datadog.
ABBE. STUB.
Okay, we did see some resistance at this level, S&P 500, as anticipated. Okay, so the top 10, Micron number 2 on the NASDAQ 100. AMD number 3. I want to add to AMDL.
ABBE.
QBTZ.
AMD looking really strong. AMD.
SABA.
AMD, is that on the leaderboard?
AREB may resume in less than a minute. ECDA.
Investors.
ABBE. NTLA.
Swing Trader. What's Swing Trader have? Do they have AMD? AMD on their list? No, Microsoft is though. Microsoft. Let's see what Microsoft is doing. Microsoft above the 50-day. Looking for that follow through. The New York Fangs look pretty good. Amazon big reversal. Amazon big reversal there. Scott.
ECDA. ABBE. QURE.
Big reversal there. Okay, AMD. UNH looking good. It's consolidating at the highs. Let's keep an eye on AMD. AMD, ABCD pattern early on AMD.
ECDA.
ATON. NXL.
AMD. A lot of these stocks at the highs of the day right now. UNH at the high of the day.
NTLA.
AMD.
EDIT.
ATON.
ABBE.
NXL.
Nice look, AMD. Volume.
ABBE. TDOC.
RITR.
RITR.
AREB.
AMD.
AREB.
ELBM.
RITR.
RITR.
BURU.
ABBE.
AREB. XVIO.
ORBS. STUB.
BURU. AREB. XVIO.
All right, so AMD is just sitting here. All right, so going down the list, Micron, On Semiconductor, all these semiconductors catching a bid.
ABBE.
On Semiconductor,
CLPT.
NERB.
Okay, that's number 4. Old Dominion Freight. Shopify on the list again. Shopify number 6 on the. Okay, there goes my on semiconductor. $50 on. Let me see. Daily looks good. On. You know what? I'm going to buy some January calls on semiconductor.
LBM.
I like what I'm seeing here. We're at the high of the day. I'm not going to buy it right here. I'll wait till it dips, but I'll put in a limit order down below. So if we do get a little dip like I'm expecting, I can get a fill on semiconductor.
STUB.
On semi, looking for the follow through on semi. Okay, there goes Amazon breaking out.
BURU.
There goes Amazon.
IGR.
Amazon giving us a nice break to the upside. Nice buy order blocks following through. S&P still consolidating. I'll look elsewhere for trades right now. S&P looks like it's
NTLA.
at supply.
C.
Amazon looking good. Apple's just off the high of the day. Apple, we did take a trade on Apple. That's giving us a reprieve. Apple.
BURU.
Apple. $250 calls, 255s are in the money.
ELBM.
ELBM.
Amazon, all right, a little dip there. AMD.
REB.
I don't trust this market up here, just for the record. Okay. Suck in a lot of bulls. Okay.
IGR.
We're either going to consolidate in time or we're going to consolidate by pulling back in price. Okay. The 10-week run, we're still in 10 weeks up without a big pause. Okay. I do have a hedge on. I have the SPY 660, 650 put credit. Put vertical rather. So I'm long SPY puts. Okay. For now, we look good.
ELBM.
ABBE.
Apple.
AREB.
Okay. Microsoft looks okay. NVIDIA flagging. Let's see. I did take some NVIDIA off, right? I did. What do I have? NVDX.
ELBM.
RXRX.
NVDX. Okay, let me take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA, bullish flag, 921 day, above the 50 day. It feels like
AREB.
and looks like NVIDIA is giving in this sideways range, right? And a partial little rounding bottom, basically. I guess you could categorize this as a cup, small cup, saucer-shaped base. But what's starting to happen now, what I'm seeing is that
CADL.
moving averages were basically sideways.
BE.
Now the moving averages are starting to turn up. You see that? Okay, so this is just beginning stages of what could be more upside on NVIDIA. And I suspect
NTLA.
that these volume spikes here, institutions buying, we're going to see more of that as we start to break out. Okay, so NVIDIA looks good. I'd be buying dips.
AREB.
They're putting together so many deals with OpenAI and everybody else. It's a matter of time before China says, okay, we'll buy some of your chips now. Or there's a deal. We haven't heard anything about deals
CDA.
in months now, right? Broadcom pulling back in a little bit. Okay, so what I'm trying to get out on the S&P 500 is this is risky up here. This could reverse
ECD.
and fade. If we do start to fade here, watch the hedge flows. I'm not going to get sucked into a bearish trade just yet. We're still above 67.40, right? Okay, so hedging flows are turning down. Supermicro. Okay, Supermicro is another one I want to add to. SMCL. Okay, SMCL is going to go. SMCL. I have 2,000 shares of SMCL. That's on the high side. But the more this starts to move, I still have the original 600 shares of Supermicro, SMCL. That's SMCI. Okay.
ECDA.
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 Got 60 calls, Supermicro. SMCL looks good. SMCL. Do I want to add more of this? Or do I want to add more to Supermicro proper? Calls I have look good.
CXP.
I have no put credits. I could sell some put credits. Volatility is really high. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sell some put credits on Supermicro. As it's starting to dip here. Reason being, look how wide the Bollinger Bands are. Let me just check. Let me check scanners here for Supermicro. Supermicro is still fairly cheap. That's weird.
ECDA. ECXP.
Okay, call spread still in effect. Bollinger Bands are very wide. Let me see what I can get for a Supermicro put credit as it's pulling back right now.
ACXP.
Something below this 45 level. Let's see. Let's go. So 45. 45 is a 17 delta. 46. All right, let me try that. 45. Sell a vertical. Make sure that's puts. Okay, 45, 40. What does that get me?
BURU.
70 cents.
ARDB may resume in less
Let me go
than
out a month.
ACXP.
We go out to December. 90 cents. It's not really worth it. Let's see what a 50 is. 50 is within range. 50. Maybe I want to sell a 50. Let's try a 50. So 50 put would be about a 27 delta. 50 put. 50. Sell a 50. Buy a 45.
ZETA.
That's $1.66. Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
ACXP.
Let's see. Okay, we just had a little dip in Supermicro. I'm just contemplating put credit. Probably should wait for the next little dip.
PRME. ETA.
TTM looks good on the daily. You can see the TTM on the daily over here. Looks good.
NTLA.
As Bollinger Bands open up, Super Micro,
XP.
SMCI. Looks good. UNH working. Okay, Micron broke out of a squeeze back here in first week of September. This just keeps going. Micron, I do want to do something with Micron. Credit spread wise.
NTLA.
ACXP. AREB.
ACXP. FTEL. ECDA may resume in less than a minute.
All right, nice day. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. A lot of stocks are up, especially chips. AMD with a beautiful look. AMD.
AREB.
EDIT.
AREB.
PRME. EDIT.
AREB.
AMDL. STUB. AMUU.
AREB.
AMDL.
AMDL. I just heard AMDL there. AMDL.
AREB halted. AREB will resume at 11 hours 6 minutes and 14 seconds. IONR.
AREB.
You're funny, Mondo.
STUB.
Okay, looks good. AMD.
SLDB. SMCX.
Okay, we're going some more. AMD. All right, there we go.
CTA. SMCL.
BGLWW.
DFDB.
AREB.
AMD. AMD. Okay, looks good. It's at the high of the day. Looking for B and C pivots now.
ECDA.
New York Fangs look pretty respectable. Everything is up except Google for now. Tesla's just kind of sitting here. So we got 8 out of 10 of the New York Fang components looking strong. So the market should do well. So let's go take a look at the New York Fang components. Okay, so still in this consolidation. This is what the S&P could do. We could just move sideways and then break out. Okay, we don't have to pull back in price. The markets are super strong. JC Parents 2 days ago or 3 days ago was talking about rotation, that many people are getting it wrong, that we're just seeing rotation right now. I like that idea, so I'm looking for evidence. So if I look for evidence, we can go look at RRG charts. Okay, RRG rotational graphs.
SMCX.
Okay, let's see what these look like. S&P 500. No, I don't want that. I want the S&P sector ETFs. All right, so if I go to let me go to a 60-minute chart. Okay, and look at the rotation. Let's look at the rotation the last couple of days. Okay, what I'm looking for is coming out of the red into the blue and then leading into the green. So red, we've got real estate coming up into the blue, trying to go a little bit further. XLP advancing, so that's a defensive sector. Communications turning down, so there goes Meta. Meta follow through, Meta.
How long before I see results with Tai Chi?
Day 3, you'll feel your energy. Day 7, your eyes will change. Day 28, you will become unrecognizable. 3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer.
Yeah, right. All right, so we got rotation into some Meta. Can we go to the daily rotation? Okay, XLU, XLV, XLK. Okay. So just a few days ago, you can see all sectors were pretty much down in the lower half, right and left lower quadrants. Now we've got sectors coming back. Okay, most sectors are moving higher. That looks good into today. So you can see that XLB, XLP, XLI, XLRE, real estate, healthcare, utilities, all of these for the most part are above. Now, we do have financials and energy lagging, consumer discretionary, and XLC. So we got, 8 out of 12 sectors are bullish, basically. So let's take a look. XLP. XLP is still below the 50-day, so I'm not interested in XLP. XLV, though, XLB healthcare, we've been seeing some strength there. XLV, that's flagging. Real estate, let's see. Whoops. Real estate, XLR. Real estate, can I click on this and get the chart? No, I can't. Okay. XLRE, real estate. Okay, so the president's been talking about the builders, right? Getting the builders so that people can afford homes. The builders keep coming back. BZH.
UPC.
IONR. STUP.
Okay, so those aren't working too well. Okay, XLU.
ECDA.
Utilities have been working really well. Why are they working? Because
CDA.
fixed income investors are going to chase this. They're going to chase this. Fixed income investors. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple's going.
UPTZ.
All right, Apple looks good on the shorter time frames. Apple going.
ELBN.
Meta looks good. Okay, so Meta had that hammer. Okay, today's day 3. We had hammer. Look at the wicks. Look at the wicks.
UPC.
IONR.
XBIO.
Okay, Meta, what do you see? I see wicks. Okay, it's not a trick question. That's buyers at the low of the day. All right, so they're buying down below. Buyers under 705.
NEPA.
Buyers on dips. Meta, those wicks are buyers on dips. Meta.
UPC.
She is so loud.
Yeah.
What's up?
SMC.
This is actually a good thing to watch. Okay, look at the What is the name of it there?
SNCX.
Over here.
Is that Redoom?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's real time.
ABBE.
Someone in the trading room mentioned it. It's pretty good.
ABCL.
Did you eat anything yet? Breakfast?
Yeah.
You did?
That's impossible.
Okay, Apple on the move, looking good. So go Amazon looking good. Meta's at the high of the day. Meta. Okay, Meta looks good. So this is probably, let's look at the 60-minute. We said the 60-minute needed to turn. Okay, look at the 60-minute. Meta.
ACXP. UPC.
ABBE.
Okay, Meta looking good. Okay, so we got a nice trade on Meta. Again, yesterday I was scalping too much on S&P. Had a great trade on S&P yesterday from the open. What was it, a 1 DTE carried over to 0 DTE? Some leftovers. And I just traded it too many times yesterday. Too many times. And it wound up costing me a lot of the gains. A lot of the gains from yesterday. We had a gap up, a fade.
In less than a minute.
Gains on the downside, then trying to scalp this too much. Gave back a lot of the gains from over here. So I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to go with one trade or 2 trades a day max. I'm going to look for major turns. Okay. I like to see the turns come after 10 o'clock, 10:30 on the hedging flows. Okay. You see that early morning, 9:40. This one here, the fact that hedging flows turn back down and we haven't dropped off is telling me there's some residual strength in the S&P. I'm not going to do anything else with it, but looks pretty good, S&P. Okay. High of the day now is up here. Looks like we're consolidating in a range, right?
EMAX.
Looks like we're in a range.
NTLA.
AREB.
We're in a range right now. Okay, we're about to break out. Looks like we're about to break out. New York Fangs are supportive. This is not what the Bears ordered. Not what the Bears ordered today.
ECDA halted. ECDA will resume at 11 hours 16 minutes and 24 seconds. ABBE.
Okay, we're about to break out here. Wow. Nice strength.
EMAX.
PMAX. EDIT. TEMT. HIMZ.
Okay, probably going to take out some stops overhead.
NTLA.
I would think. Takes out some stops and pull us back in. That's my guess. S&P. S&P. Okay, let's AMD looking really good today. AMD.
ABCL. AREB halted. HIMZ will resume at 11 hours 16 minutes and 56 seconds. TEMT.
UPC.
UPC. Universe Pharmaceutical, UPC. Let's look at the.
CLPT. PRME.
Yeah, that's dog. Datadog.
VFX.
Datadog still the top of the S&P 500. This looks really good. The weekly Datadog, very strong.
UPC.
UPC.
Okay, S&P looks like it wants to go some more. Yikes. What a strong day. If you're bullish, today is like whew, very strong.
HIMZ.
Okay, UNH, IBM looking good. Okay, IBM. IBM, I have a iron condor on. Let me just check that out real quick because I'm up decently. Okay, so this pulling back in. Okay, this has earnings on, when is IBM earnings?
UPC.
IBM, I think it's on the watch list, right? IBM
NTLA. EDIQ.
watch list. No, I took it off this week. IBM. Okay, here's IBM. October 22nd. Okay. All right, so this looks good. IBM. All right, I'm up a lot on IBM.
UPC.
I'm gonna go ahead and take this off.
VFF. EDIT.
Yeah, I could take it off. All right, I can take it off at $48, $50. IBM.
NTLA. PRME.
Okay, looks like we're gonna break out here.
ECDA may resume in less than a minute. NERB. DNLI. IMMX. NTLA.
Okay, S&P attempting to break out of this little range here. Got buyer blocks. 1, 2 buyer blocks there. Let's see if we break out to the upside. 64.50 still doable. 67.50. Sorry, 67.50 still doable.
NERB. SMCL. IMMX. NTLA.
Um, 5, 15, 30, 60 are all on buy signals. Tick cumulative turning back up. Let's see what up down volume looks like. Up down volume.
ZET.
All right, trailing stops look good. We got up volume leading.
PRME. NTLA. EXK.
All right, coming back in.
HIMZ.
ECD.
Coinbase. We're looking to do something with Coinbase, right? Coinbase. Riding VWAP up and to the right. Coinbase.
SMCX.
Bitcoin. Trying to get back into yesterday's price action. More than 50%. Right now, we're about 30% into yesterday's price, the lower part of yesterday's price action.
HIMZ.
ECD.
Okay, IBM fading a bit.
TEMT.
Open door, had an early dip, open door, looking for that to turn back up. It finally did. Now we're trying to get back to even on the day.
ECB.
IBM
TEMT.
pulling back towards the 9 EMA. $1,000 in credits here on this one. IBM.
NERV.
Okay, UNH doing well. UNH added some November 380-400 call verticals. UNH looking good.
PRME. AGRZ. TEM.
Okay, took that off.
TEMT. SMCX.
Doubled up on these put credits. Okay, that's doing well.
SMCL. NERV. ZETA. TEMT. TEM.
Super Micro. Okay, that's doing well. Super Micro. I did want to sell some
NERV.
put credits on Super Micro.
NTLA. NERV.
Super Micro. What I'm going to do here. Super Micro. UNH.
Shutdown halted.
UNHG, UNH.
25 minutes and 9 seconds.
UNH. Okay, breaking out UNH. Little fade on the 1 minute chart, but other than that, it looks pretty good. UNH. Higher highs, higher lows. Squeeze on the daily, UNH.
ZETA. EDIT.
S&P just kind of chopping around here in a range. And a smaller range right here.
SMC.
Smaller range at the high.
HTZ.
Smaller range at the high right now.
NTLA. EDIT.
That's pretty cool. We are showing signs that we might test that 6750. We're very close. Hedge flows are still consolidating up here, so there's no not giving you a direction. It's not giving you a direction down or up at this point.
NERV.
Bitcoin intraday chart fading a little bit right here. Daily looks fine. Okay. Super Micro Riot.
SMGX.
Riot looking for that to follow through.
ZETA.
Riot. Okay, GE looking better. GE is higher past 3 days. Many of you looking for the long side. I'm just selling a condor outside the Bollinger Bands for now. If this, like Micron, decides to take off to the upside, I'll take the calls off and double up on the put side and maybe take some call verticals with you guys and ladies.
SMGX.
Okay, GE. Okay, it's kind of messed up right there. Choppy.
EDIT.
Choppy. Let's see what Micron's looking like. Micron squeezing right now. Micron looking good on the daily. On semiconductor. Okay, looking for this to break out of this squeeze on semiconductor. Okay, we're looking for a 20, 50-day cross and for price to get above 53. If it gets above 53, this is probably going to launch. MACD's turned up. Very tight squeeze.
EDIT.
Okay, so if semis can manage to hold on to the strength that it's been showing,
AREB.
trending, this is going to help out a great deal. SMH and Tech XLK. It's almost like the market's anticipating that tech is going to continue to see good earnings, tech companies, that AI, as much as the market pundits over at CNBC and Bloomberg and Schwab keep talking about the negatives about AI being in the last inning or whatever. Dan Ives and others talking about it being, we're only in the second, third inning. I talked a lot about this on the website, Taiwan Semiconductor. Speaking of Taiwan Semiconductor, let's go take a look at that. That broke higher. TSM. Okay. Inside day for now, Taiwan Semi. This company makes all the chips, right? Makes all the chips for everybody. For Apple, for Microsoft, NVIDIA, AMD. It's got a compound annual growth rate of 31% through 2033. Do the math. That's a big gain. That's a big gain. Okay, you can see it was 245 at the time. 245 at the time. Okay. We're 60 points higher now. Okay, there goes the S&P. S&P breaking higher, trending. Okay, got a nice breakout.
NTLA. NPWR.
All right, nice little rally here. Tick cumulative. We're looking for a run up here. Okay, looking good. S&P on the move.
AREB. UPC.
NTLA. SLDB. EDIT.
AREB. UPC.
LRMR. ABBE. EDIT. DNLI.
AREB. UPC.
LRMR. CRC.
We're going to keep going here.
SMCX.
AREB. UPC.
S&P breaking higher. 6750 was where we thought we might run into some resistance. First resistance 6740. We hitting 6750. Nice little rally here. S&P still pushing.
This is Senator John Ossoff in Georgia, and please hear me out because I'm the only Democratic senator up for re-election.
Okay, we're trying to push a bit higher. We're 5, 15, 30, 60 is on a buy signal. The rest of the market looks good. Okay, we're still trying to push a bit higher. S&P, hedge flows, trying to push a bit higher. 6760 is a 99 percentile strike.
AREB.
6745, 99 percentile as well.
SMCX.
Okay, a little pullback, another little range there,
ABBE.
possibly setting up at the high.
KURA.
UNHG, UNH, those are doing well. Netflix trying to push the highs. We got Apple at the high of the day. What's Apple doing? Apple high of the day. Got some calls I'd like to sell into strength. Apple. Yep. Yeah, Captain Condor is getting wrecked. You're absolutely right, Andrew. Seek and destroy algos. Apple. Okay, we're starting to turn back down now. Apple
LRMR.
in a descending flag. Apple day 13. NVIDIA, a little fade from the high. The New York Fangs, for the most part, look really good. Snowflake higher, Meta looking good. Just don't buy the high of the day. Everything should be fine on these. Okay. Meta on that reversal. Meta.
TEM.
Intel. Off today.
ZETA.
Okay, we're coming into 11:30, starting to get into the time period where we don't want to do a whole lot. It's been a slow morning,
LRMR.
just grinding higher, S&P. Right up against resistance, taking out the upper strikes of this Captain Condor level. Let me just take a look at the
TEM. net
net open interest here. Okay, so this has gone away, 0 day. All right, let's see. 67.49, 67.50. Go right through these areas. What's up here? 68.10.
TEMT.
Snowflake still pushing.
SMNA.
UNH. Okay, so Super Micro. Okay, that's breaking out now. Super Micro broke out to new highs. Super Micro just took out the previous day's high. Okay, 60 seems doable maybe today or tomorrow at this rate. Okay, Super Micro building the right side of the cup. Looking good.
AREB.
RXRX. LRMR.
Apple pulling back in. It is an ascending flag on the daily, ascending flag on the daily. Off the highs of the session. NVIDIA. Okay, looks like we're taking a little profits off here. S&P looks like it wants to keep going. Microsoft, of course, is above the 50-day, pulled back into the lower half of yesterday's range. We're looking for Microsoft to get above this supply. You can see we ran into that supply and got rejected. You can also see it on the 1-minute chart over here on the left.
RXRX.
We hit the high, pull back. Looking for buyers to step up on Microsoft. I think they're probably still there, I would imagine. SoFi trying to do something. SoFi had a bounce at the 50-day
RA.
to start the week. Okay, it'd be lovely to see a third white soldier off of this rebound. Okay, so we had a fade for 9 trading days back to the 50-day. What happened? Institutions show up, noted by 220 million shares trading hands in the previous 2 trading sessions. That's pretty significant. MACD stochastics are turning. RSI is rising. So I would say in SoFi, I would be looking at more upside. Here's your volume there. 120 million shares trading hands in the previous 2 trading days. MACD stochastic, RSI turning up. Nice rebound off the 50-day. Buyers at the low of the day today. Okay, so buyers at the low of the day. Okay, they're coming off the low at 11:35, 11:40. Continue to push higher. So SoFi looks pretty good for an ad. Snowflake is going.
UPWK.
Snowflake looks very strong. I don't want to buy it up here. I already had a position earlier. I took it off.
CRSP.
Looking for a break above this level here. Snowflake looking good.
UPC.
SANA.
Okay, looks like we're going to go some more S&P.
QURE.
PALI.
All right, S&P back up against this level.
PALI.
GGW. UPC.
Hedging flow is still rising.
EDIT. CRSP.
PALI. NHTC.
NHTC. RXRX.
Okay, looks good.
AREB. GIGGW.
S&P is still climbing.
Pump halted. POM will resume at 11 hours 41 minutes and 37 seconds.
GIGGW.
RXRX.
AREB.
S&P 500 trying to do something. We're up against resistance.
GIGGW.
All right, we're coming into that time period where we want to reduce our new trades.
TRVI.
What's AMD doing? AMD,
PALI.
AMD looking good today. AMD at the high of the day. AMD looking good. S&P stretching the highs.
NTLA. PALI. RCKT. QURE. TDOC.
GIGGW.
GIGGW.
PALI.
PALI. RCKT. POM may resume in less than a minute.
GIGGW.
UNH looking good. Supermicro, AMD, AMDL.
TDOC.
Futures look like they want to keep going.
NTLA.
All right. Open coming back down. Open.
PALI.
Oklo, off day for Oklo.
GIGGW.
Okay, just kind of consolidating up here at the highs. Oklo. Futures looking strong.
QURE.
General Electric,
TRON.
GE, General Electric. Just grinding along. Doji for now on the daily.
PALI.
SoFi with the bounce. SoFi looking to add to SoFi.
ABBE. TRON.
Okay, buyers at the low of the day on SoFi, looking for the follow through and a test of that upper Bollinger Band. SoFi. Okay, Bitcoin, looking for more from that. Nvidia hanging in there. Oracle, inside day on Oracle. Pretty big range yesterday on Oracle. Palantir. We had that Doji on Monday. Yesterday, a bullish candle bias. We're
TRON.
grinding a bit higher. Looks like institutions are still buying at these levels above 170. Palantir. Okay.
POM halted. POM will resume at 11 hours 47 minutes and 2 seconds. BFRG. ABSI. SWIN. ABSI. KYTX.
Okay, S&P just sitting here at the highs. Okay, banging out another range. S&P is banging out another range here at the highs. Whatever direction this decides to go during lunch hour, we're expecting this to pull back a little bit. We're testing the highs, yesterday's highs, and the highs of the week.
TRN.
UPC. AREB.
ABSI. POM may resume in less than a minute.
Okay, let's watch for a breakout. If we do, we're looking for the New York Fangs to also push a bit. Okay, Snowflake is still going. Snowflake.
ABSI. ZETA.
S&P at the high.
BFRG.
NPWR. BFRG. ABSI. ZETA.
S&P hanging out at the highs.
NPWR.
Okay, Palantir on the move again. Palantir. Palantir day 3. Palantir.
NPWR. BFRG.
EOSE.
TTRX.
NPWR.
Okay, Palantir, we had an inside day on Monday, follow through day on Tuesday, bullish bias. We're looking for that bullish bias to continue.
BFRG.
Same thing on AMD. Yesterday was the inside day. AMD. Yesterday was the inside day. Now you have your bullish bias. Palantir was Monday, inside day Monday.
EOSE. MLTX.
TTRX. BFRG.
BFRG.
Okay, a Broadcom, nice bounce on Broadcom. AMD back up to the highs, looking good. Palantir trying to take out the highs of last week at this point. Palantir.
KYT.
Okay, S&P is about to break out. Okay, taking out the high of the day, S&P. Okay, we're going some more. Didn't expect this. Didn't expect this at all. Okay, there you go. All right, everything else should go with. A nice bullish break higher here. Looks good. Looks good.
EOM may resume in less than a minute. SLTP.
LXEH.
Looking good. AMD, just at the highs right now. Palantir. Okay, top 10 on the NASDAQ. 100, Datadog, big breakout on Datadog. AMD number 2. On Semiconductor number 3. Okay, On Semiconductor looking extremely strong here. Pushing through the 50 and the 200 day. On Semiconductor. Okay. On Semiconductor. Breaking above the 50 day is a big deal. If we can see these Bollinger Bands open up tomorrow and a follow through, that would be good. RSI rising, MACD stochastics turning, moving through an area, volume by price bands on the left that should ease up a bit. Okay. Looks good. Weekly time frame. Okay, higher highs, higher lows. 60-minute time frame. Okay, we're back above the 20 EMA. Meta, same thing. Meta pushing back above the 20 EMA. The 20 EMA is turning. Meta.
The ARK Venture Fund.
Okay, we're taking out a lot of these.
StarX.
Taking out a lot of these levels here. Next level is 6760. 6760. Okay, we're headed in that direction.
GGW.
These 6750s started off the day on that turn. 6750s were for $3. They're up to $8 now. So $5 on those calls. Nice move today from the low. All right, from this little dip early this morning. I don't like these earlier dips, but looks good. Continue to move higher. Palantir still pushing. Okay, let's see what is actually moving on the markets right now. Got American Express. Okay, so that had pulled back recently. American Express. Let's take a look at that. AXP. AXP. Okay, starting to turn. AXP. Okay, IBIT also showing up on the most actives. IBIT. Inside day. Bitcoin's trying to do something. It's had some strength to start the week. Yesterday we pulled back. A little profit taking.
TTRX halted. TTRX will resume at 11 hours 58 minutes and 48 seconds.
S&P is flagging up here. Top of the range. Top of high of the day. Wow. High of the day keeps pushing. We're up against resistance. What would be awful if we saw I don't expect it, but what would be awful if we saw a shooting star up here? This is giving you opportunities if you have short dated options that expire perhaps on Friday. You got markets at highs. You could be taking some profits off into strength. This looks good, eh? Nice day today. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're sneaking into the 12 o'clock hour, about 3 minutes to go. It's 11:56 and 30 seconds. S&P trying to push a bit more.
DFDV.
Super micro with some super strength. Looking good. Super micro.
EIX.
Super micro looking really strong.
AREB.
Looks good. Super micro just keeps climbing.
ABBE.
NVX.
NVX.
GGW.
Mondo stuck behind a Prius.
AREB.
ABBE.
Super micro having a good day. Super micro looking good for the swing.
GGW.
ABBE.
Little profit taking. Markets with a little profit taking now. Those calls got up to $8.50. Started off the day right around 350. It's at $5, those calls. The 6750s. Okay. Oklo trying to do something, huh?
ABBEW.
Oklo.
TRON.
No, Oklo's at the low.
ABBE.
Just a spinning top for today. Oklo, 921 days up and to the right. Looking for some follow through. Every day is not going to be an up day, unfortunately. NVDX. What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA fading a bit. All right. Amazon still pushing. Amazon having a pretty decent day. Amazon off the low, turning the corner. I'd love to see Meta do something similar. We got the hammer, 2 hammers in a row. Actually, 3 hammers in a row.
TRN.
Meta. Looking good there, Mondo.
TTRX.
Okay, coming into the 12 o'clock hour, let's tune into Mr. Wapner
TTRX.
so I can complain about it. Okay. It's 12 o'clock. Come on, CNBC.
Tomorrow, we've got Pepsi results. We'll be speaking to the CEO on the show. Ramon LaGuardia will join us, walk on the street, see how his transformation is going.
Amazon looking good. Meta's at the high of the day.
The food space and in the beverage space, which is both in Pepsi. They've also had some pressure from Elliott Management, which has recently bought the stock. So we'll talk about all of that.
Yeah, with the tension, the ongoing tension between the beverage business and
Exactly.
the snack business. We'll get Delta as well. Hopefully learn more about what's happening with tourism and some of these impacts from the shutdown and maybe some from tariffs and less Canadian travel and so forth. As for overall levels, we're right at
Today is a lot better day than I anticipated, for sure.
Friday, couldn't get past it. Tested it on Monday, couldn't get past it. Trying again. It'll be interesting to see what happens on this third try.
But it's just a remarkable resilience,
Mhm,
given that.
mhm.
I mean, you could find a million reasons for the market to sell off: overvaluations, too much hype in AI, the shutdown, and yet it powers higher every day.
Yes, well, at least 7 in a row, and then took a break. Let's get to the judge at post 9.
Carl, thank you very much. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour. The deal-making deluge in AI. It's powering stocks higher yet again today. We discuss and debate that and the markets with the
Just yesterday, he's talking about AI. Huh. That's just what they do every day. I don't understand how debating is going to help anybody.
6 months since the Trump tariff tantrum, if you want to call it that, in the markets.
Talk about sales and earnings. Talk about
The
trends.
S&P low
Whatever.
48.35. 48.35. We're almost 2,000 points above that. Man, we've come a long way since then, and a lot of it has to do with tech, AI, as everybody knows. The technology.
Okay, remember this chart? Okay, remember the Marty Zweig breadth thrust indicator, longer term breadth thrust indicator. Remember this? Okay, last time it triggered over here in November of 23, led to a 2,000 point move. End of April, this triggered again. What a great technician, Marty Zweig. It's all based on first indications of institutions just buying the crap out of everything versus, the total market.
They're just so critical to mobilizing the economy and the AI story surrounding data center. And I keep suggesting that's probably your lead indicator to know if we're ever going to reach some inflection point. And they're not rolling over right now, which means to me we're melting up through the end.
You know what's bananas?
the intraday low on the NASDAQ from all the so-called Liberation Day, whatever, was 14,784. Let's just show the NASDAQ now. I mean, you just have to see the numbers to fully process it. We'll call it 23,000 in 6 months from the low of 14.7 to 23.
Yeah, I mean, I think it tells investors one thing is you don't want to interrupt, as Charlie Munger said so brilliantly, you don't want to interrupt the power of compounding if you don't have to. And I think that people that got shaken out of the market, once again, have that tough decision of when do I get back in. And I think to Joe's point, the semis are definitely leading, but there's just been this huge thrush higher. Money markets haven't come off the sidelines. I don't think they ever do, and I don't think it really matters. That continues to build. And so I think this is going to be a really important Q3 earnings for the tech sector, because I think that the one company they're all going to be talking about is the one private company, OpenAI, which doesn't have to report earnings. And so I just am so excited to hear about, are they going to have their Oracle moment and just massively increase CapEx, or is there going to be some sanity with the big hyperscalers and cloud service providers of still just like focusing on spending free cash flow, still having strong margins? Are we going to see this start to melt up in terms of more CapEx spending?
Yeah, I mean, probably the latter. I think is a good bet. The Dow from 36 to 46K in 6 months over that period of time. It says more about maybe where we were than where we've come to, because the market got so rattled by the extreme nature, I think is fair to say, of the tariff rollout that day. And here we are. We fought our way back, and now we're finding almost every day we're the news cycle's dominated by these AI deals.
Yeah, and there's some that are working but just don't get the headlines. Take a look at CAT today, up over 4%, hitting another new all-time high. Today at 507. Take a look at where it was during the tantrum. It was under 300. So we're seeing these type of moves, and you could argue while AI has been very news linked and momentum linked, that what's the story with CAT? So CAT to me is playing off lower interest rates, playing against increased onshoring, things like that. So you can find ways to make money. But look, I said coming into this year, I probably said going into last year as well, that I still want to be in big cap tech. And what you're seeing with AI is just a massive, massive adoption that is unrivaled by any other point in history. So to me, one of the best ways to play this, because you're outpacing fundamental valuations for fundamental valuation. Joe T's strategy is perfectly geared for this kind of environment, momentum strategy. So
Wow, you just complimented Joe T. Wow, that doesn't happen often.
Names within the Joe T that have just reached, I think, new highs. We'll give you all those names later. What's interesting is that investors have their eyes on the prize, so to speak. That's AI spend, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, lower rates, all of the benefits of that. I wonder if there's a level of complacency at all of the rise in gold, which seems unabated. Up again today, we can show gold. It's firmly above 4,000, right? Yesterday, first time ever, 4,066, where it is. Ken Griffin talking about that, what the statement in that is, if you will, whether it's a conclusion that the U.S. is less reliable, dollar down, gold up, Bitcoin up. I mean, that's out there. Market doesn't seem to care. Investors don't seem to care about much because the market continues to go up.
So to answer where you started, is there some complacency? Probably. However, Scott, I think we're going to go further, and Joe touched on this when he said there's probably a melt up into the year end. We know, and I think, Joe, you said this, we know a lot of people did raise cash immediately after the Liberation Day announcement, and they're probably regretting it now. And if you're a professional money manager, you have to catch up. And the only way to do that in a market like this is to put money to work. Now, regarding gold, which is on the on the minds of a lot of people. In fact, we were discussing it at Saturday Partners this morning. If you're not in it right now, I don't think you have to chase it because of what Joe and Steve and Bryn and I are saying right here. There are so many ways to make money in this market. Technology stocks are
Yep.
making a
You can
lot.
sell
In fact,
premium.
if you look
That's
at
another way.
Uber and Nvidia or whatever, they're making at least as much, if not more, than gold. So it's not just gold, it's not just Bitcoin. It is an everything rally. And if that reflects that inflation is coming on the back of lower interest rates, maybe interest rates that shouldn't be lowered as much as they are going to be, so be it. Assets are inflating. It's not just gold, it's not just Bitcoin, it's stocks, it's a lot of things.
And that's the critical point, is that, and that's where the canary's sitting firmly in the coal mine, long distance from where the mine opens, which is inflation. So inflation has sort of like reached a bottom because of, it's still 1% above where the Fed wants it to be. And all signs are that it's going to accelerate. And I say all signs are because you hear companies talking more and more about it, and that they can only take so much in costs out, and then suffer so much of the price issues rather than passing on to consumer, because that's not sustainable. So I think you will see prices go up until the tariff wars are settled. And right now, it doesn't look like there's an end. So inflation, in my view, is going to accelerate meaningfully. But right now, it's party on.
And we'll see, Steve. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But I also think there are some esoteric reasons that need to be discussed in terms of gold's rise. I happen to agree with you. I think you agree with me that gold is reflecting an inflationary environment. But it also could reflect some geopolitical things, such as the fact that we did freeze Russian assets after Ukraine. And there are countries out there that have moved their reserves from the US dollar to gold. We know that. I don't think the dollar is going to lose its reserve currency status simply because there's no replacement. But there are other, as I said, esoteric reasons. And this also applies to crypto as well, which some people look as a potential 21st century hedge. Just remember, there are these wallets that are big wallets, whales that can any point in time liquidate. So you just have to be aware of that. If you're going to use it as a hedge, it has to be a very long-term
So
hedge.
the week has been dominated, really, as we said at the very top, by, in some respects, obviously AI deals, but in other respects, AI fears. Ken Griffin, Sugar High, Dalio feels frothy to me, even Paul Tudor Jones, who says the market's going a lot higher. This blow off top before you have an issue feels exactly like 99. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, he weighed in on that topic on Squawk this morning. Listen.
What's going on in the world versus what happened in 2000 is just dramatically different. Back then, as you recall, there were pets.com, hospitals.com.
Okay, so Netflix is about to break out here. Netflix is about to go, Frano. I know you got a position in it. I have put credit spreads, so I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Infrastructure is building. If you look at the AI, the hyperscalers have about $2.5 trillion of business that's already operating today.
I mean, Bryn, that is a valid point. You do have the difference, obviously, that this time around in terms of spending. It's the biggest companies in the world with the deepest and best and biggest balance sheets that are doing the spending.
Right, and today they are doing the spending off their free cash flow, and the free cash flow is very, very high, with the exception of, as I said earlier, Oracle, which has gone negative free cash flow in their spending. But I think it feels very, there's elements to me more
Netflix. What did I do?
not the big hyperscalers,
Netflix. I did post that yesterday, right? Netflix.
but it's like with quantum
I know I sent it to Sean.
or some of the drone
Netflix.
stocks, or even like a Robinhood and Palantir, which go up 5% a week. And so to me, you have to separate the two, where there's a lot of froth in some of these extreme companies, like we'll say quantum or drone, et cetera, that the multiples really don't make sense, versus the larger tech companies where the multiples do make sense. And I think where you are going to see, more cloud margin growth with a Google or a Microsoft. And so I think you have to separate the two. I think what Paul Tudor Jones said, which I had forgotten about, is in October of 99 to March of 2000, the NASDAQ doubled. So doubled in 6 months. Okay, that's a different scenario than we have today. And I just think the market construct is different. But I think
Netflix. All right, that was looking good. Netflix.
Smaller names that have no E, have no potential. potential of an E and are trading at just these like nosebleed levels, those could get cut in half so easily for a bazillion different reasons.
Goldman's Peter Oppenheimer, he weighs in, he dismisses bubble talk. Valuations of tech are becoming stretched, he says, but not yet at levels consistent with historical bubbles. This is less about a bubble in tech and more about the general conditions of low interest rates, high global saving, and an extended economic cycle. Michael Dell was
Quick credits working on Netflix. There goes Netflix breaking out.
I'm sure at some point there will be too many data centers built, but we don't see any sign of that. They raised their long-term revenue and profit growth forecast. Bryn, you own the stock, which is up 125% in some 6 months. It was up big yesterday on the announcement.
Okay, Apple's still pushing here. Oh, there goes Netflix. There it goes. There she blows. Netflix, all right, looking good. Riot, UNH.
And they compete against Supermicro, and I think they're doing a very good job of being really in pole position.
Oracle, inside day Oracle looks good. Open, no follow through. NVIDIA, ABCD pattern, looks like an ABCD pattern. Dell looks good. I might sell some credit spreads on Dell too. DELL. Dell breaking out. You could sell some credit spreads. Same thing like with Netflix right here. Netflix is breaking higher above the 15th, 20, 50 day. You could do something like that with Dell. Sell the 135, buy the 130, something like that. 5 or 10 of those. Put about $2,000 or $3,000 aside on your account to make $2,000.
What he is doing in the boardroom, what he is seeing in the AI factories themselves, to me, that's way more powerful than, with all due respect,
Netflix, I actually think I have a limit order to sell here. Did I get filled on Netflix? Netflix.
History and their intuition. It's distinctly different, and I think
Netflix, IBM.
Jensen Huang more than anyone else. You also have to understand that the administration is right alongside the tech industry in not so much allowing
Supermicro up super bunches today. SMCI just keeps going. Solid, persistent buying.
The stake that they've taken in Intel. So that almost is a clear path. Does it become troubling at some point in 2026? It probably does. And that leads to a long-awaited correction in the market. But it doesn't signal a bubble.
Okay. Jim's listening to Jensen Huang because, remember, there was that report about 24 hours ago, right as we were coming on the air yesterday about these weak margins.
Supermicro.
It was an information report for renting out NVIDIA chips. The stock was down about 2.5% yesterday. It's rebounding a bit now. Jensen Huang also was a guest yesterday with Jim Cramer for his Investing Club meeting, and he defended that name. Listen to what he had to say.
Supermicro going.
So he said, when you first ramp up a new technology, there's every possibility that you might not make money in the beginning, but over the life of the system, they'll be wonderfully profitable. So Jim believes that because Jim bought more Oracle.
I did. And, my thought process here is it has been in a little multi-week downtrend since that incredible meteoric rise after the last earnings report. So as it's been coming down, look, I believe in the name, and I've been looking for the place at which to add it. And yesterday, Scott, as you referred to, the stock was down over 5%, but rallied back to be down only 2%. Now, I'm going to make a very inexact comparison, but if you go back to May, the Eddie Q comments about Alphabet and declining search, that turned out not to be the case, at least as far as Alphabet's then subsequent quarter report said. And all I'm thinking about this is not everybody knows. I'm certainly not impugning Eddie Q, but we don't know what this unsubstantiated rumor is, where it came from, if it's substantiated or not. And I think that
What rumor are you talking about?
Yesterday's rumor that the margins on rented GPUs.
What do you mean a rumor? It was a report.
Who did it come from?
The information.
Who did it come from? Okay, it came from a news report that supposedly they saw an internal document. It was not a release by Oracle.
It's far different than a rumor.
It's not far different. It's not far different from a rumor. I mean, it is not
A news
far different from a
organization
rumor.
seeing an internal document is not that far different from a rumor.
Look, here is what. Show me the internal document. Show me a report from Oracle, not you in particular, but one in general. It is unsubstantiated. I mean, it's just an unsubstantiated report. It is not the same thing. And you know what? Look, I'm going to go back to what Eddie Cute said. He said something, the stock, in this case, Alphabet, moved wildly down. It turned out just not to be the case. Now, maybe Eddie Q will be turned out to be right later on.
Let the dogs out. Woof, woof.
What Eddie Q said was a factual
All right,
statement.
we're still going here.
It made its own inference from that for what it might mean down the road. It's not like what he said wasn't true. He said for the first time ever, they saw it.
Okay.
S&P on the move.
I'm not saying, and I said about. So exactly
S&P on the move, looking good.
What I'm saying is, to use your words, yes, there was an inference that Alphabet's search volume was declining. That turned out not
Okay,
to
looks
be
good
the
here.
case, and we saw that in the second quarter earnings report. What I'm saying is, and the reason I added to Oracle is that
Okay,
unsubstantiated reports like
looking
yesterday's.
good.
I like the way the stock clawed back, and I see this as an opportunity to add to
We're
it.
talking about, basically a repayment on an investment taking a few years as if it's revolutionary. That's
SMCI, Supermicro.
maybe not in stocks because you've got used to instant gratification. But when you make an investment in a piece of capital equipment, you always calculate what's your payback period. And it's true whether you're buying a linear generator that's looking to save you energy costs, or whether you're putting solar on top of your house. What's the payback period? So that should not be alarming to Oracle investors. There's a payback period. It's just one cent.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Jim buys the stock again on a little bit of that weakness.
It doesn't mean it's cheap, though. I think it's very expensive for very essentially flatline growth. The next couple
It's expensive on current earnings. If the earnings go the way they
next year's earnings.
But yeah,
Yeah, looking good.
You go 2 years out, it's 26 times. That's what you're basing it on.
Supermicro,
Or you don't.
super fine.
There's XAI, as David
62, 60 looks doable quickly, probably by the tomorrow, if not Friday. What is today? Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday.
after NVIDIA and others boosted the round. The big takeaway
Okay.
talking about that specifically is that NVIDIA is, to some, being looked at as the new First National Bank of AI. Christina Portsenevelos is taking a look at that. She joins us now. That was your, I think, insightful.
Okay, Amazon ripping here. Amazon's going. Okay, what do I have Amazon wise? I have calls. Would they expire? When did they expire? 17 October. Got plenty of time on these. 225s. Okay, those are working. 225s. Okay, we're in the money. We're going into money right now. We're going to go into money. Amazon 225s. Going to be in the money shortly.
NVIDIA faces scrutiny over circular financing. CNBC has confirmed, like you talked about, Scott, NVIDIA is investing in Elon Musk's XAI, which is raising $20 billion. Of that, $12.5 billion will be debt used to buy NVIDIA chips. NVIDIA has also committed up to $100 billion to OpenAI. And when asked how OpenAI will fund it, Jensen Huang said bluntly, they don't have the money yet. So NVIDIA is essentially becoming the preferred lender within the AI world, the AI bank. NVIDIA has invested into over 100 AI companies. They do have a ventures branch while remaining their primary chip supplier. The strategy definitely helped NVIDIA reach a $4.5 trillion market cap, making it the world's most valuable company. But now these questions remain about whether the company is starting to finance real demand or create it.
Christina, thank you. Christina Portsenevelos. The other idea, and you mentioned this yesterday, is the amount of debt that is being used to finance.
Okay, hedge flow and the support and resistance. These purple areas are resistance and support respectively. Okay, hedge, we're above the hedge wall, which is good. We know what dealers are going to have to do. Amazon going vertical.
And the analysts identified 75 companies across tech, utilities, and cap goods that are closely tied to AI.
Credo, watching Credo. CRDO, Credo. Okay, looks good off the 50 day.
side of this argument, but one could make the argument that what's going on here with the circular financing right now is they're delivering tangible.
Credo looks good.
They're delivering actual chips. They're delivering actual customers.
Okay, Amazon's going vertical now. Amazon,
Not so much. And so it was uniquely different type of
UNH,
circular
stellar
financing
day for Supermicro, UNH, S&P, AMD, NVIDIA turning right here. BNC pivots forming on NVIDIA. CoreWeave looking better. CoreWeave. CoreWeave. Okay, CoreWeave, I have the 110, 100 put credit, 110, 100 put credit. So I want this to stay above the 50. And I want this to take off to the upside. Once this trade works a little bit better, I'll buy some calls once we break out above 145 or so. Credo looking really good. Credo. Let's see what the New York Fangs look like. Okay, much better. Now, I don't anticipate the breakout just because it's 10 weeks up. I like the Zweig breadth thrust indicator. It's telling us that we could see more upside. But 10 weeks up without a break, I just can't. I just, I can't. That said, price action is very bullish. Volume looks good. So it does look like institutions letting this move higher. Look at all that volume the last 2 weeks. Okay. We had one bearish day yesterday. This does not show today's volume. Okay. It does show yesterday's volume, but not today. Stock charts, for whatever reason, they don't do S&P volume until after the close. We're trying to break out. Okay, there goes BINI. BINI is trying to turn back up. BINI. That's a penny stock, was mentioned earlier. BINI. Okay, trying to turn back up. Okay, what's ATON doing? ATON. Okay, $10. Palantir. Okay. Supermicro. Very strong. Look at the difference between Supermicro and Palantir. Look at the strength. This looks like sideways chop in a lot of ways. It's still trying to get back to 190. But Supermicro looks very trendy. And should, because it is trendy, right? Trending higher. AMD looking trendy. S&P just pulled back. Okay, Rocket Labs from the watch list. Rocket Labs looks good. Okay, we're dipping, looking for a BNC pivot on Rocket Labs. Okay, so I don't have a position currently in Rocket Labs. I did a couple of weeks ago. I took it off. We broke out. I'm looking for a little dip back to the 9 EMA or 5 EMA, not shown. Does look good though. UNH doing something very similar in the early stages of the breakout. Okay, look at UNH. Bollinger Bands opening up, top and bottom, RSI rising. Now look at Rocket Labs. Rocket Labs is like day 4 compared to UNH. UNH just getting started. We should see 400 probably by next week. UNH. UNH should see, yeah, I should see that level by next week. What's Centene doing? Centene, I like that one because there's a nice clean chart. CNC, clean swing chart. What is ConAgra? Nothing. Archer Daniels Midland, ADM, that's breaking higher. Zscaler, I know I'm jumping around here, but as my thoughts go into these security stocks, Cyber breaking out, CrowdStrike, CRM, Salesforce, nothing there. Snowflake, breaking out Snowflake. Skier, don't you work at Snowflake, or is that you work at one of those companies?
YHGJ.
Snow?
ABBE.
Do. All right, looking good. It's one of those companies, Snowflake or whatever. I know Skier does work for one of those companies.
DFDV. ACHR. ARCX.
GTVP.
ACHR.
All right, let's discuss KKR because the target today was raised to 170 from 167. They reiterate their outperform rating on the stock. It's a defense of it, if you will, at Wolf Research. Bryn, you own it, and I want you to opine on it, but they say that they continue to prefer private equity over credit. While we still favor the PE-geared alts, they mentioned KKR, TPG, and Carlyle over credit. They discuss the concerns that are out there around credit quality with some of the bankruptcies
Okay,
that have been out there.
ACHR. I just heard ACHR. That gap down today. ACHR. What about Joby? Those gap down. Tesla. And who was the other one that was supposed to partner up? PL. PL. Still moving here. PL.
Let's separate these two. Just a second on private credit. When you look at Tricolor, and First Brands, which I feel are being arrows pointing to private credit, actually the banks.
S&P pulling back.
Publicly traded banks.
Okay, Trace, hedging flows turning down. Hedging flows turning down. S&P 500.
The market as a whole, I think, with private equity, the publicly traded stocks, because there have not been distributions. There's also concerns about job growth, which these companies, the publicly traded private equity firms, I think are really tied to the cyclicality of the economy.
GTBP. Penny stock, GTBP.
This is the time to be adding to these because KKR and Ion, also Apollo, are growing fee-related earnings in the double digits. They're still raising a ton of assets. I think around 18% growth rate. And so these are just like fee-earning machines, whether it's 2 and 20 or what have you. So I would say buy the private equity, publicly traded stocks versus buying private equity itself. And so I think it's a great time to be adding to these names on weakness, as I did in May of this year, when once again people got concerned about the economy. These names will sell off, and long term, midterm, I think they continue to do really well because they're strong AUM and fee-related earnings growth.
Joe, you have Apollo as well. And it's not trading well.
Supermicro coming back from the high. BNC pivots this time of day, not surprising.
You could make an argument that maybe Carlyle, Evercore look the best of the five that I just mentioned. But you try and discover what is the challenge right now for them. And I do think to a certain extent in 2023, a lot of these names attracted a lot of inflows on the perception that private credit was a liquidity replacement for public credit at that point, and that truly was the case. In addition, Steve, you know this better than I, private equity in that environment was attracting capital. Private equity in the spring,
KACHC.
markets were gathering
Cadia Health,
inflows.
that's pulling back a bit.
Private
Cadia
equity
Health.
side, you saw capital actually going away. So there's an inherent challenge right now. I think you pulled back the lens over the last 5 years, say, okay, they look pretty good, but the near term, there's some form of a cyclical challenge in front of them. What's up with this space in your mind?
I think it's a few things. It's difficult to raise capital in this environment for private equity and has been for a long time. That's number one. Number two, while the banks have turned back Goldman and Morgan and been willing to look forward to increasing deal flow, you still don't necessarily have that same look forward as they look to exit positions. So what has happened over the past 5 years or so is they've had continuation funds. And what that means is I can't sell to the public markets. I can't sell to another buyer. So I'm going to ask investors to re-up post my term, when I'm supposed to give back capital in this. So you've got those legacy positions. That are
Okay, so we're BNC pivot time, time of day, looking for these BNC pivots this time of day. All right, so we get these little pullbacks.
Coming up, chart of the day, big drop for one of Josh Brown's names. He's going to join us next with his playbook on that. We'll come back.
Amazon at the high of the day. Apple just off the high of the day. Netflix pushing a bit higher. Netflix
BTCS.
looking good. Netflix.
CIFR.
Okay, what's IBM doing? IBM. Okay, IBM pulling back in a little bit. IBM. Okay, IBM. I got a iron condor on this one. IBM. IBM. Okay, $1,000 credit. S&P starting to bounce. On semiconductor, looking for more. Looking for this to break out of this squeeze. Okay. Okay.
GTBP.
Blue.
LWLG.
GTBP.
All right, that's better. Let me save that.
GTBP.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we got on semiconductor, looking for that to turn up. Let's see.
GTBP. XTLB.
GDBP. It's on the move. What's it doing? GDBP.
BNCI.
All right, S&P is trying to turn.
JOPX. BTCS.
GINR.
JOPY.
LXEH. GTBP.
We're back on Halftime Report. I'm Julia Borston with your CNBC News update. British counterterrorism officials say the man who attacked a synagogue in Manchester, England, that led to the deaths of 2 Jewish worshippers last week, claimed allegiance to the Islamic State in a phone call. Officials said the man made the call after he drove the car into pedestrians and attacked worshipers with a knife in the synagogue before being shot by police. Pope Leo told the U.S. bishops at a Vatican meeting today that they should address the president's immigration policies. According to Reuters, the bishop said the Pope was quote, very personally concerned about the matter. The Pope has recently been
Amazon having a good day. Just off the highs of the session.
And the Senate confirmed former NFL star Herschel Walker as the U.S. ambassador to the Bahamas yesterday. He'll be the first ambassador to the Bahamas in nearly 15 years. Walker unsuccessfully ran for the Senate in 2022 as a Republican, losing to Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. Back over to you.
Okay, Julie, thank you very much. It's Julie Borsten. Shares of Joby sinking after the company said it's offering shares with an aggregate price of $500 million. Our chart of the day, Josh Brown owns it. He joins us now on the phone. This is a key stock and a key theme. I think you call it the low altitude economy, right?
Yeah, so I'm an investor in Joby and Archer. Joby's left down less than 8% on the day, which is fairly tame. The stock is actually higher than where they placed this offer at $16.85. So this reminds me of Tesla. The bears used to say, oh, Elon's running out of money. There's going to be a secondary. They're going to dilute you. They're going to dilute you. And then they would do a massive secondary, and the stock would go up 20%. And the bears would be like, wait, I don't understand what just happened.
GTPP is starting to run.
With these companies that are pre-revenue in developmental stage of their business.
What's the news here, if any? August, 3 hours ago, GT Biopharma provides enrollment update on GTB 3650 phase 1 trial. Patients with relapsed or refractory hematologic malignancies. All right, that one's on the move.
This is not selling insiders. This is money that's going to be used to build out the vertiports now that they've acquired the Blade business, and to continue to build the S4 eVTOL, which is going to be what this business is all about. You need a lot of money in order to do that, and that's where this capital raise is coming from.
Amazon, Meta just off the highs, Snowflake at the highs. Looking for BNC pivots this time of day.
What's the other way you're playing this beyond this stock? There's another one, isn't there?
I look at this one as like the Uber of the skies. They want to be in the taxi business, along with military and
Netflix.
service applications. Archer, I think of more like a Boeing.
All right, NVIDIA looks like an ABCD pattern. Okay. NVIDIA looking like an ABCD pattern right now. Okay, here's A. We're looking for ABC. Right now it looks like a B. Okay, TTM is turning. Looking for the volume to pick up a little bit.
Soft, fresh fat. This is the best tasting soft pretzel you'll ever have. Right from the pretzel.
That new source of supply came on, new shares for a new company in the space. So
Tesla.
long-term shareholder, that's what you want to see. You want to see these companies take
Okay, watching Tesla.
of prevailing liquidity.
Okay, it's been hanging in there, Tesla. Bollinger Bands tightening up.
Spoke to Josh about this when he mentioned these names, the fact that there potentially could be a equity raise. He discussed it. He didn't believe it was an impediment to investing. And you have to look at what has happened now as a form of a clearing event. If you priced and position sized accordingly, you expected this and you're fine on the other side. Just ride out volatility of down 8% one day. Yeah.
Okay, I'm expecting prices to stay inside on Tesla.
This drop in shares, and what you think about the big picture, Josh Brown. We do have another committee move coming up. We will discuss next.
LWLG.
NVIDIA, ABCD pattern, NVIDIA. Looking for, I don't know. I just feel like NVIDIA is just going to keep going. Let's look at NVIDIA on a different chart style. NVIDIA. Okay, what I'm thinking is, I did this earlier, actually. I marked this up there earlier. Okay, NVIDIA. I think this one. No, NVIDIA. Okay. And all the charts that I've marked up looking for higher prices just keeps doing exactly what I expect in here. Okay, we were looking for a cup. That never happened. NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
LUMN.
NVIDIA looking good.
PROK.
NVIDIA. Now that it's above NVIDIA, now that it's above this breakout zone,
EXK.
okay, this is just basically a little cup. Got this little handle over here. Looks like we're trying to break out.
LWLG.
Looks like we're trying to break out. Okay, so my expectation is that we're going to see NVIDIA just keep going. Buy order blocks underneath on the daily. That looks good. It is Wednesday, October the 8th. I hope you're having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Oh, giving you the play-by-play for the most part. S&P has been fading for the last 30 minutes or so. New York Fangs look good. If you look at the New York Fang index, this is giving you a pretty decent picture what to anticipate. All right, so I have a grid of 10 of these. These 10 stocks, I have a grid that I look at, and most of them are up and to the right. The daily chart shows you the same thing. So when I see this and other sectors are performing, I have the expectation that the S&P could continue doing what it's doing, which is to consolidate in this range over here. Okay, so it's in a range right now. Okay, and the range high is right here. So we already took out yesterday's high. Okay, we had a bearish engulfing candle yesterday. So we could chop around here in a range. 67.60 is maximum resistance. If we get above that, we get the shorts to cover a lot more. We got hedging flows, though, turning back down. So that's telling you that this resistance level is holding for now. Expecting price action to just stay right in this area for now.
Because you buy high and you sell higher, in particular when you get a breakout, a multi-year breakout. The November of 2024 high, we talked about that.
NVIDIA looking good.
The XBI, you can see that price level. In fact, that's what it has done this morning. So you add to the position. You don't step away from it. That's a further validation that there's a lot of room to the upside.
Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, looking at the 60-minute on NVIDIA with dollar. Okay, looks good. We're above the 20 EMA. 20 EMA is turning up, so this is giving the bias right now neutral to bullish. Okay, the moving average is flattening out, but turning upward, so neutral. Looking for an upside push towards 191 on NVIDIA. AMD, looking for a follow-through. AMD continuation above the 20 EMA. Okay, the rule here is, obviously, you know, that the rule is big bullish day or bearish day. Inside day. You take the bias day, that's your bias right there. You're taking off to the upside, that's your bias. Similar to what happened with Palantir. You get a doji day. Okay, doji day on Monday. Tuesday, we get the bias, bullish bias. We got the moving averages up and to the right, so no fail here. People who sold on Friday, regretting it now. Maybe. NVIDIA, ABCD. Bitcoin's trying. Bitcoin.
Price target upgrade is really in response to what the stock's done, not to what the fundamentals are, because they've been in the quiet period. Now, I'll bet on Hemsley, and I am Steve Hemsley, who's come back, who stepped away from the CRO, was chairman, now has come back to both roles. He's a ninja. He's going to get it right, but it doesn't mean.
Okay, and Coinbase, looking for that to push higher. Coinbase. Okay, that's going to go higher. I did add to that today, didn't I? I believe I did. Let me just go check. Filled orders. Yes, I did. I added to the November 50-55. CONL 50-55s added. Looking for the pop tomorrow. Bitcoin. Okay, looking for a pop on Bitcoin back into yesterday's handle, yesterday's price action.
In less than a minute. ABBE. PROK.
Amazon just off the highs. Amazon. Okay, going down the top of the list, AMD is number one on the NASDAQ 100. AMD.
EOSE. EXK.
NASDAQ. AMD number one on the NDX.
PROK.
AMD. Do I have an AMD?
SANA.
AMD's going to go here.
GTBP.
All right, looks good. AMD.
NTLA.
BINI.
Beautiful. Okay.
LWLG.
GTBP.
GTPB on the move. Okay, almost 22 million shares trading hands here on this penny stock. GT Biopharma.
CIFR.
That one's up 70% at the moment.
GTBP.
Netflix stair-stepping higher. Netflix on the 5-minute chart. Netflix. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Bollinger Bands are trying to open up. AMD looking great. AMD. Nice push on AMD.
ABBE. EALI.
Mike Santoli at the desk, our senior markets commentator. I mean, this remains an AI deal-powered market. Yeah, right? Isn't that how you're thinking about things today again?
It's the thing that penalizes caution the most, is one way I would put it. I mean, yesterday was the weakest of dips that we got, right? We were watching all day. It looked a little fragile. Were they going to be able to pull it out? It ended up being less than 0.4% decline in the S&P. And then, yes, you just have the sheer brute force of the capital flowing in that direction. I think the one thing that is pretty impressive and notable is AMD's persistent follow through to the upside. Even yesterday, when all the other chips had a little bit of a gut check, you know, it's just, I think the promised revenue is so great relative to their current sales base that it's going to keep going beyond that. Yeah. Beyond that, you know, I guess I would say the consumer leverage stuff still doesn't look great. You have to keep it on a shorter leash. Macro, where you have a little bit of a vacuum, but people are kind of geared up for something like a stutter step in growth. Doesn't seem to matter terribly much right now. So
we'll see. I guess we're going to have to wait for almost
BFLY.
maximum bullish positioning.
All right, SMH, these are doing well, the chips. SMH bouncing, looks very similar to Taiwan Semiconductor, TSM. Okay, NVIDIA, On Semiconductor, Marvell breaking out, Micron, Marvell breaking out. Nanonuclear. Okay, I did want to buy some nanonuclear on dips. So, okay, nanonuclear.
PALI.
Nanonuclear.
ACHR.
Okay, nano. NNE. Nice little pullback. Okay. Oklo. Doji spinning top. SMR. Pulling back a bit. Light bridge. Hanging out at the highs. And NUKZ, the nukes. That's just trending. Nukes doesn't move a whole lot, but when it does, it goes 2 or 3 points. Okay, B and C pivots this time of day. We're off the highs of the session right now. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
CIFR. ACHR. NTLA. WULF. CIFR. ACHR. FDMT. NTLA.
All right, one of your investors, Stephen Weiss, said this is a great time for the Joe T. At that time, I said there are a number of names hitting record highs that we'd get to later. Later's now. DoorDash, record high yesterday. Garmin, record high yesterday. Ulta, 52-week high yesterday. Cincinnati Financial, record high yesterday. Quanta Services and United Rentals.
2 industrial names, 1 financial, 3 consumer discretionary.
FDMT.
You can add upon that consumer staple, Monster Beverage, 52-week
CIFR.
high today. WR Berkeley, financial, 52-week high today. So where my friend and longtime Joe T investor began the show talking about there are other places to make money, he's exactly right. Yes, the Mag 7 and technology is the dominant force in 2025, but there are other areas of the market, and that's why it's a more healthy environment.
He gives you a lot of headaches, but he showed you some love.
Steve,
ACHR.
always
Sorry for him.
listen down.
You know,
CIFR. EOSE. PALI. ACHR. PALI. ARCX. SLNH. CWBX. CIFR. SLNH. ABBE. CWBX. SLNH. ARCX. CIFR.
AbbVie trying to turn the corner right here. AbbVie.
STOK. NTLA.
All right, 3 o'clock Eastern closing bell. Dan Greenhouse, Jonathan Krinsky, Anastasia Amoroso. We got the Open Loop Health CEO. It's an AI play in the heartland because they're based in Des Moines, Iowa. It's a really cool story, and I hope you'll join us. So it's AI in IA. You get it?
I get it.
You see what I did there?
I like that. That was really, really good.
That was on the fly. That was on the fly, too. Proud of myself. Bryn, your final trade is what?
Microsoft. Everyone's focused on Oracle and OpenAI, but make no mistake, Azure is OpenAI's core cloud computing partner. I think they're going to crush earnings, and Amy Hood and Satya are the adults in the room in this AI race.
All right. Thank you very much. Farmer Jim.
On holdings, I think we all know the running shoes. I just recently reinitiated it right at about this price. It's got some nice momentum here, and the valuation is attractive.
Man, we had the whole show without talking about Cliffs up 9%. I'm sorry. Steve.
Netflix, look, I think it's finally bottomed after the Musk tweet. That's concerns about Paramount acquisition and streaming. So I think it's a good time to buy.
Arista Networks.
All right, good stuff. I'll see you on the bill. The exchange starts now.
Thanks, Scott. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Morgan Brennan, in for Kelly Evans. Stocks are higher. The S&P 500 hitting an all-time intraday high just a few moments ago, joining the NASDAQ 100. This is the government shutdown continues with another Senate vote underway as I speak. We will keep an eye on that. And we're watching yields with 10-year notes up for auction. We're going to see what demand is like. The AI trade is back on today after taking a breather yesterday amid a report questioning Oracle's margins. NVIDIA up nearly 2%. Jensen Huang telling CNBC AI computing demand is up, quote, substantially. This as NVIDIA now has $1 trillion worth of partnerships, including with xAI. We've got more on that in just a moment. And gold hitting another record high, holding above $4,000 an ounce. It's not the only metal having a moment, though. We're going to dig into that broader commodities trade. And let's begin with NVIDIA, increasingly becoming a banker to AI companies in its orbit. Christina Partsinevelos is here at the desk. She has the story. Hi, Christina. Hi, Morgan. Well, NVIDIA may actually be the most valuable company in the world. You talked about that, but it's also becoming the AI industry's preferred lender. Bloomberg reported the company plans to invest $2 billion in Elon Musk's xAI as part of a $20 billion funding round. Under the deal, $12.5 billion will be raised as debt through a special purpose vehicle that buys NVIDIA processors, which xAI then rents out for 5 years. You can see in this chart. NVIDIA's CEO Jensen Huang told CNBC this morning about the importance of investing in the entire AI ecosystem. Listen.
The only regret I have about xAI, we're an investor already. The only regret I have is I didn't give him more money. We've made some really terrific investments, and largely my only regret is that we didn't invest more.
And that confidence that you're seeing from him is backed, of course, by serious capital. Between a $100 billion commitment to OpenAI, a $6.3 billion cloud services purchase from CoreWeave, where it also holds a 7% stake in CoreWeave, and then venture bets in over 100 AI startups. NVIDIA has really amassed over $100 billion in exposure across the AI system. But there is a pattern in these investments. And let's see, with CoreWeave alone, NVIDIA plays 4 conflicting roles. Supplier of chips, equity investor with a 7% stake, financier with buyback guarantees for excess capacity, and then customer purchasing $6.3 billion in cloud services. With xAI, NVIDIA is again both investor and supplier, financing a company that will buy its own products. And that's what you can see on your screen, the circular nature of all of this. But the xAI deal really introduces what amounts to chip-backed debt, asset-backed securities, where the collateral is depreciating GPU compute capacity. You can, argue that maybe it'll depreciate over 6 years, 5 years, 3 years. The question is no longer whether NVIDIA dominates AI hardware, it's whether the company is using its huge cash flow to prop up demand for its own product.
I mean, asset-backed lending has been a thing for a while, and it's gotten hotter in the last couple of years. The idea that they're doing it using chips. I know CoreWeave has been very active in doing this over the last couple of years, but is this sort of a new concept?
100%. 100% is a new concept when you're applying some of this hardware to it. And the concern is that some of the companies are applying different depreciation cycles. So CoreWeave, they had said it's 6 years, right? And I'm not sure what the case will be for xAI, but the assumption is they're going to be around the same time frame. I think if it's Lambda, they're not publicly traded, but I read one report that their depreciation cycle is a lot shorter, right? And then you have Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, almost saying that Hopper, the old architecture for the GPUs, is somewhat obsolete. And if they're going to be coming out with new chips every single year, how do you maintain a cycle like that for 6 years when there's constantly newer, greater, better, more power efficient things coming out? And so then that lowers the value of the assets backing said loans and then raises all kinds of concerns.
So this is why we have this conversation about this being circular, even if it's not maybe technically circular, and why there's all this concern that maybe an AI bubble is inflating, or at least part of it.
Yeah, and I guess at the beginning, or the center of this AI bubble is 2 companies, one publicly traded, the largest in the world, $4.5 trillion market cap, NVIDIA, and then the other one is this private company worth $500 billion, and it's OpenAI. And OpenAI, which Jensen Huang even this morning said is not making any money, right? So they're going to have to raise a lot of debt to continue building out all of this infrastructure, Stargate included, across the United States. And so how do they get that debt? And, the appetite is there, no doubt. Oracle has said that the appetite is there for their debt. And we know that they have a negative free cash flow. So how long does this last? And our patience, we talk about building, these aren't going to be built for several years. So investors are rewarding it now, but how long will you stay in the market if this isn't coming out within the next year or 2?
All right. Christina Partsinevelos, that was a great breakdown. Thank you. You're color coordinated.
I know. We noticed it. Christmas early or something.
All right, Christina, thank you. So if NVIDIA is becoming part bank to a lot of other tech companies, what does that mean for this AI trade? Well, with us now is Dan Niles, founder and portfolio manager at Niles Investment Management. Dan, it's great to have you on the show. Welcome.
Thank you.
We'll start right there. What do you think of this?
Well, you have to separate it into pieces. So if you're asking, what do I think about the stocks of the AI companies, I think they're going to go up a lot for one simple reason. The Fed's cutting rates after being on hold for 9 months. You're going to get another probably 3 cuts between now and January. And then you're probably going to get Stephen Myron being the new head of the Federal Reserve in May. And he wants rates about 1.5% lower than everybody else. So in an environment of easy money, you're going to be able to fund a lot of cash burning businesses and have everybody be treated like everyone's going to win. So from a stock perspective, that's how I'm thinking about it. Now, if you want to look out several years from now, or maybe at the end of 2026 when rate cuts are done, and you go, all right, are people going to get more discerning about these circular investments? And are you going to figure out, well, which AI companies are actually going to win versus the ones that are going to be sort of left behind? Then I think you're going to start to see some problems. But in the near term, I think these stocks go up for one simple reason. Easy money funds a lot of cash burning AI businesses.
I just got to take a little divergence here because you just mentioned Steve Myron as the possible next Fed chair. Why do do you think that? I think just today he batted down rumors that he was even considering it or in conversations about it.
Well, I mean, let me put you this way. There's a reason that if you look at the Fed dot plots, he wanted 125 more basis points of cuts between now and the end of the year. So that would mean one cut of 75, one cut of 50. President Trump, as we all know, gets to appoint the new Fed chair. And as last I saw, Myron was still part of the White House administration while he's on the Fed at the same time, which has not happened in a very long time, right? Usually you resign your prior post. So we'll see how this works out. But I think it's pretty clear that the Fed, much like in 2021, where I thought they should have been raising rates, they convinced themselves inflation was.
All right, so it looks like Nvidia is starting to fade a bit from the high.
And so I think right now, the Fed wants to cut regardless 4 years, and the White House wants rates down. Whoever gets appointed, let's say it's not Myron, it's somebody else, it's going to be somebody that wants to really cut rates a lot. So easy money drives everything up, and that includes stocks, Bitcoin, gold, wine, art, you name it, just like it did in 2021. And that's what's going to happen again. And in that environment, every company is treated like a winner because every company can get capital.
If I go back to AI here, is it still AI infrastructure, stocks, where you should be putting your money to work here right now, especially as I would argue quite a few CEOs in corporate America are saying privately that at least for now, at this moment in time, the rhetoric and the reality in terms of the capabilities of AI are diverging.
Oh, they completely are diverging. But again, that's two separate questions, right? Because if you think about it, you go, okay, you've invested between the 5 biggest spenders out there. So Google, Amazon, Microsoft, 3 hyperscalers. You throw in Meta and Oracle. Over the past 3 calendar years, including this one, you have spent $800 billion from just those 5 guys in CapEx. The industry in total will be about $1.2 trillion. OpenAI this year is expected
Just
to
having lunch here. Having lunch.
The entire AI native, so
Out of earshot.
businesses like Microsoft, Google, Amazon, etc.
So
Just
if
the AI native companies like OpenAI, Anthropic,
UNH, UNH. Off the highs of the day, UNH. Okay, a little fade. Looking for 400 on this one. 394 would be the 200-day moving average. UNH. Okay, there goes Amazon going again.
Nobody cares because stocks are going up, right? So everybody's going to win. But are you going to get a massive shakeout at some point when the easy money stops? I think the answer is absolutely yes. At this point, my brain is on thinking that this is kind of like 98, 99, where you have easy money through whoever the next Fed chair is. Could markets be up 20% this year and up even more next year?
Yeah, Merck should continue.
Sure. And then could you have
Merck doing a deal with POTUS and the White House. Looking for a bounce.
You want to stay positive because go back to the late 90s, right? 1998, NASDAQ was up 40%. 1999, NASDAQ was up 86%. And then the first part of 2000, the first 2 months and change, it was up 24%.
Oracle inside day trying to get back up to the weekly highs. Weekly high was up there near 296 for now. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. Bitcoin.
Introduction of the first mass internet browser, Netscape Navigator, at the end of '94. So you got
Bitcoin grinding higher.
So maybe ride the wave for now. What would you be watching for to start to feel like maybe a correction is coming or something more severe?
Well, when do you get the first round of data, but then how does the market react?
Okay, Coinbase doing much better.
Example of that, when I
Okay, looks good.
deal with OpenAI, my first thought is, and I posted this, I'm so dead because my Nvidia is just going to get crushed. And I'm like, wow, Nvidia's down just 1%. And then you see everybody coming out saying, "Oh, everybody can win because the."
Who is this guy? Dan, whatever his name, Nathan or something. Just flapping his gums.
Credit expiration. They probably have more plans for some of those things analysts were hoping for. They just didn't have those ready yet to be released, and this is almost like a stopgap release to deal with that
S&P
expiration. Let's talk Datadog. Nice words.
Yeah, Datadog looking good today.
Huge price target adjustment, 147 to 170. What did they have to say?
Datadog, nice. Bernstein lifts their price target.
Wall Street firm. Look, basically, they're raising the price target, as you say, to 170 from 147.
Amazon going.
This, because they say that over the last few weeks, it has watched this company and this stock rally after what was a midsummer pullback. Remember, that was sort of tied to broader sector weakness there, but they have certainly seen a recovery.
OCSR looks. Let's see what that looks like. OCSR. Oscar Health. OSCR. OSCR.
Interestingly, that they focus on the
Yeah.
sort of revenue ex AI because this seems to be sort of the non-hype part of the business right now. So you're thinking about your traditional sort of cloud monitoring and e-commerce, the finance things that they're into. Obviously, this is a cloud monitoring software company. They also say that while market sentiment indicates that the worst case OpenAI churn scenario seems unlikely in the near term, obviously OpenAI being a customer here, the churn that they refer to is perhaps to any sort of cancellation or pullback in spending cuts, which they're saying seems unlikely. So just for context, I mean, you mentioned that it has been a big jump from what they were sort of penciling in last time, 147 to 170, but I actually have seen that other firms have sort of jumped on the bandwagon here. DA Davidson looking at 180, Wells Fargo 190, they initiated that just recently, so they're even higher. And I think the average analyst target is around 164, so the consensus seems to be overweight. So yeah, I think this is obviously a company.
S&P pushing a bit here. S&P.
No doubt, and this is
All right, looking good. Do we get back up to the high? S&P.
Over at Bernstein, and basically as long as I can see the coverage, he's been a believer in this company, and it's certainly performed quite nicely, at least over the last 12 months or so. Other names in his coverage are kind of names you'd think, that infrastructure, cloud-based analytics software, and some of the cybersecurity names. So,
okay, we got a nice little turn in hedging flows. Hedging flows turning back up.
We spent a lot of time earlier in this year, Sam, whether it was cybersecurity or sort of cloud analytics, expecting it to be a bigger part of the discussion as it was last year. And quite frankly, it's kind of
S&P on the move here.
in my mind. I don't know if you feel the same.
It's interesting because when you talk about cybersecurity, I mean, we know that the AI spend is there, the IT budgets are there. I mean, this is not negotiable, it's not optional. And so we have certainly seen a lot of focus on that part of the market. When you look at softwares, I mean, to this analyst's point, I mean, we did see that sort of summer lull. I mean, if you take a look at sort of the year-to-date chart, I mean, it was sort of softwares have been underperforming, but I mean, look, this stock is up 14% now. Also, I think 8 years to date, and over the last course
Nvidia,
of the year, 33. So I don't know how much
Super
that is in
Micro.
dog years, Alex. I'm not a dog
Yeah.
person, but still, this is continuing to outperform.
No doubt about it, getting its way back to those highs that we saw towards the end of last year, around 170. Definitely one to watch. Interesting looking chart there. Maybe an inverse.
Okay, hedging flows look good on S&P. Looks like it might continue to rock higher low. S&P higher low. We got buyer blocks. Volume. This is not what the Bears ordered. Definitely not what the Bears ordered.
CIFR. STOK. APPE. CIFRW. BITF. TOK.
ABVE on the move.
GTVP.
CIFRW. BRTF. CIFR. ONDS.
Okay, high of the day is a little bit more up here.
Stay connected to what moves markets.
WUL.
Download the Schwab Network app and stream
All right,
live
that looks
coverage
good.
wherever you are.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your number one broker with the best.
AMD doing well. AMD.
Actually, I'm seeing something from
CIFR.
Schwab.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
ABVE.
They can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
IRN.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action
S&P.
on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall. Live
Damn it,
from
I
the
hate
floor of the New York
this.
Stock Exchange, only on Schwab
Gotta
Network.
zoom out.
CIFRW. CIFR.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing, time to chart and trade, and we're joined by the chart master himself, lead market technician Rick Ducat, here to help look at the technicals on a couple pre-earnings looks. We'll look at some example trades as well. We got Delta Airlines on the mind, and as Jenny is saying from afar away, it's always earnings season if you're a believer, and she's right. We got two names here. Let's talk Delta.
Yeah, so this one we're seeing a bit of a pullback here, but as
Dell.
we were just saying before the show,
Dell, nice pop today on Dell.
it is a pullback for sure, but it is more bullish in its nature here. What we mean by that is we saw price hit this area here, 62 old gap level, then it was a breakdown point, then it became resistance. After the before that, rather, we've had a pretty sharp rally to the upside. We've had some strong price activity here for the most part. We have found support near this green line around 58. We did see a bit of a falling wedge type shape. Typically regarded, though, that's a more bullish type of pattern. The hope then would be that this would actually be more of a bull pennant type of pattern on a larger scale here, where we have our pullback and then price would resume its uptrend here and eventually take out these old highs near 62. So still a bit of a question mark right now. We're still remaining below that 58 level, but that would be what the bullish mindset here might be hoping for. If we were to assess our momentum and moving average studies here, we can see
Hedging close turning back up again. A little bit higher. We could see 67.60 perhaps. There's resistance over here. You see on the left, or on the right rather. That purple area is showing you where there's lots of open interest. 0 day. Resistance and support. Okay. Not a whole lot up there. Well, we could blast right through that, right? Open interest. Gex. Excuse me.
And price is not seeing a strong breakout either. So still kind of not really too firm of footing for this possible breakout.
You've talked to us before about, too, as you go into an earnings event, if there's not a super clear trend intact, it's not uncommon for things to flatten out a little bit, settle down sort of middle.
Hedge flows continue to point upward at the moment. Oracle looking good there. Frano. Palantir. Palantir trying to push a bit more. Okay. Coinbase. Coinbase starting to break out.
Yeah, and you're right. And these airline industries, they're affected by a lot of the same factors like travel demand and fuel costs and things like that. So that makes sense that they would see sympathy and moves potentially here.
There goes Coinbase. Coinbase is starting to chase after. Okay, it looks like we're going to go here. Coinbase is starting to go. Coin starting to go here. Coinbase looking good.
Plus one standard deviation channel is around 60. The volume node is around 61, and then that high point is around.
Okay, nice little rally there in Coinbase. It's up 3% on the day.
General area, so around 57,
around 61. Those would be some of the boundaries that traders could consider. If we were to also look at our 5-year chart here, we can see that trending downward here, but some extreme, highs and lows, big swings here. We are in this, our volume node that we were highlighting now looks pretty small compared to the grand scheme of things here, but the bulls would want to push above that 60 level. Once again, that's our +1 weekly standard deviation channel. In this case, that would also mean we were starting to break above this downward sloping trend.
Okay, all the New York FANGs look okay. Google's off a little bit, but probably will reestablish the trend here shortly. Apple, Amazon at highs, Netflix at highs. That's looking good.
Just a moment, looking at a short put vertical in Delta Airlines going into earnings. Rick talked about, hey, it is a pullback. It is notable. It did break below one of those support points, but it still could be considered in the grand scheme a bullish configuration known as a bull flag or pennant pattern. And so in this case, a neutral to bullish strategy, but very, very short term, expiring on Friday, really centered around this earnings event and looking for that volume node around 57 that Rick talked about as potential support to potentially hold. As the strikes we're looking at are the 55, 53 for this put vertical. It's a $2 wide put vertical. Again, elongated Z risk profile. If we collect 50 cents on that, that gives us a max profit potential of 50, a max loss potential of 150.
S&P going, S&P.
Risk reward, and that break even down at 54.50 is quite a bit below that volume node that Rick was talking about. But we know earnings.
S&P on the move. There goes Coinbase.
Possible. It could move tremendously depending on what that company may or may not say. So risk defined, most importantly. We bring back in Rick. We'll pivot over and we'll talk about Pepsi. So maybe not the most exciting stock or volatility stories going into earnings, but certainly very recognizable brands. Pepsi, of course, Frito-Lay and all the snacks as well, but another name we're expecting earnings from the next 24 hours.
Right, not exactly known for its big swings here, but things can always surprise you here. We can see though that some prominent price levels include our green line here. That was a series of low points around this area. That was a low point after our breakout roughly, and then that's been the floor more recently here. 140.
Coinbase looking good.
And we are pushing through it now today here. We haven't taken out our lows from 2 sessions ago, but we do have a rather large red candle shaping up here at which we are near the bottom of. So not super great sign, but nothing too terribly alarming just yet here. For the most part, our short-term price activity fits within this downward sloping white channel. Here are 2 trend lines, one going across the highs, duplicated, put across the lows, matches up fairly decently. Could be one way to look for potential guidelines for our price activity. And if we also were to look just a little bit lower, we had this gap here near 135.50 to consider.
All right, I'm going to try to do some drawing here, Rick, and you're gonna have to help me out. This looks ominous to me as we have this sort of the head and shoulders situation going with this here. What do you make of that?
Yeah, and
S&P looking like it wants to go some more.
It's going to look like you might see in the textbook here.
Hedge flows starting to stall a little bit.
You have a push to the upside.
Okay.
You have it top out at one level. You have
Coinbase.
that level, and then retreat back to what you might call this neckline area right here in this case here. Then you would want another spike up to around 147 or so. So that's the component I think might be perhaps missing from this phase here. We kind of just had this large head and our shoulder has trailed off a little bit here. But still, like I said, it's not exactly a textbook all the time. People who look for things to be cut and dry in this type of subjective analysis often probably will be kind of frustrated because it doesn't really work that way the same time. But I can see what you're saying though. We are seeing it not really playing out how you'd want it to. It would be, if you were bullish exactly, we are kind of going more toward that bearish decline.
Well, let's add some more things on here. I know you like to look at momentum. I know you like to look at moving averages. Sometimes they're not as useful going into earnings. But what do you make of the situation here?
Coinbase looking for this breakout to the upside.
The volatility very, very tight.
Building the right side of this pattern. Coinbase.
Yes, so our moving averages are two shorter term ones, pretty close to the top edge of our channel here. So that adds a little bit of extra emphasis on around 142 or so as a resistance point. But really what sticks out to me is that our long-term purple 252
CoreWeave.
lines up with the 147.
CoreWeave looking good.
So we
I have the 110, 100 put credit.
Significant moving average lining up with a prior area of resistance here. So that could present an obstacle or a breakout point, really. It all depends on what your
Apple.
outlook is here. But it's one of these inflection points that we try to identify.
What's Apple trying to
where
do?
multiple
Apple.
factors are lining up here. RSI, our measure of
Amazon
momentum,
still going.
so clinging to its upward sloping green trend line. We broke through our red trend line that was going downward, but failed to take out that 50 midline once again. So a bit of a flop there as well, but not a total breakdown.
You talked to us about not using these trends. I don't think I've ever seen one that is as long as this one on your RSI chart. So super notable. We're kind of bumping up against that.
GitLab GTLB.
Watching support and resistance zones.
Sure, and we see the volume profile shows the heavy trading areas. We're kind of in the thick of this one right here, maybe just starting to drop
Okay.
out of the lower end. It's a little bit of
Amazon is going vertical now. Amazon.
44 would be a good general range to show here.
Amazon's going vertical. Looking good. Amazon. We're at the 50-day right there. That's the 50-day.
To the upside, 150 is the level where the volume really starts to trail off. And to kind of continue our discussion from earlier about the head and shoulders type patterns here, these patterns, they can be fractal in their nature. They appear independently of time frames here. There's also the inverse head and shoulder here.
Okay,
So
Amazon breaking out. Amazon breaking out.
our one shoulder right here. We have the upside down head here. And then this is possibly the next shoulder here. So if you were thinking about this type of pattern, you might be hoping for a push back up to this level here in the high 150s. That would be pretty close to that trend line as well here. Just something to consider, food for thought.
Yeah, it's super interesting how within the bigger picture, it's a bullish pattern. In the shorter term, it could be bearish. And then you see, of course, in the past, perhaps a bearish version of that. So many things to think about. Also, you talked about that.
CCTG.
Amazon. Let me see who this is.
should bring that valuation back into there. All right, so you like the
Snowflake pulling back a little bit. Amazon still pushing. Amazon still pushing the highs. Buy order blocks continue.
They've lacked just so much in innovation. And I think when it comes to this name, I actually don't think you can short this thing right now. I don't think. I think it's up about 80% this year. I would have thought a year ago that Intel, I mean, like, Josh, like, go back to 2021, 2022, like the biggest pair trade out there is like, all right, let's go long AMD and, you know, support that long with proceeds from shorting Intel. That's been a heck of a trade for quite some time.
Yankees postseason. Exciting time. Blue Jays are doing good, though. Blue Jays are going to be hard to beat. Anybody follow the Blue Jays? They beat the Yankees 2 games already, so we had to win last night. What a great game. Needed that. AMDL. All right, so Amazon's going here. Amazon shorts are covering. Dealers are having to cover.
Welcome back. Bitcoin breaking above 126,000 for the first time earlier this week, nearly doubling over the past year. The record run giving rise to thousands of new crypto millionaires. Robert Frank joins me now with more. Robert.
Morgan, great to see. Well, the market cap of crypto increasing by $2 trillion just over the past year. That has created 70,000 new crypto millionaires. There are now 240,000 individuals with crypto holdings worth $1 million or more. That's according to a new report from Henley & Partners at New World Wealth. There are 450 people with more than 100 million in crypto, 36 crypto billionaires. That's up from just 2 years ago. So how much of this new crypto wealth will actually be spent? Well, new research by a group of economists found that for every dollar that crypto investors gain in wealth, they spend about 10 cents. So that would equate to about $200 billion in additional spending if they sold as usual. Now, their purchase right now, or their favorite one, is real estate. The study found that locations with large crypto populations saw larger gains in home prices when crypto was rallying. Now, for more on the new crypto wealthy and how they're spending and investing, you can sign up for the new Inside Wealth newsletter out tomorrow morning at cbc.com/insidewealth. That's cbc.com/insidewealth. Morgan?
Oh, this is super fascinating. I guess if you made your fortune by owning Bitcoin, which is sort of seen as a store of value, then of course you would put it into another store of value. One is as old as time, which is real estate. Are there certain specific markets? You just mentioned it. I guess what are the markets and what is that doing for home prices in the luxury end?
Yeah, the study wasn't specific in terms of exactly which counties or even states, but broadly it said that low tax states in the Sun Belt tend to be the highest concentration of the crypto wealthy. So I would imagine that's Texas, that's Florida, that's Tennessee. Not so much on the coast, New York, California, in terms of the crypto population. So maybe a good sign for the real estate in those markets.
Yeah, I would also just say anecdotally, it's been my experience that a few of the crypto billionaires that I have come in contact with have reinvested some of that money into things
Amazon,
like other frontier
nice look.
Are you seeing and hearing the same thing?
AMDL.
Absolutely. I mean, these are folks that like to defy convention. They like to be at the cutting edge of where technology and innovation is going. Space, longevity, clearly AI, all these new technologies at the sort of bleeding edge frontier technologies is exactly how they see Bitcoin in terms of finance, and it's how they see their investment themes in other areas as well.
Robert Frank, thank you.
NVIDIA turning up, BNC, NVIDIA.
The freight index posting its lowest September reading ever. What that indicates about the health of both the supply chain and consumer spending ahead of the holiday season. Next, Exchange will be right back.
Okay, NVIDIA, we got B and C pivots on NVIDIA. B and C pivots, that's gone. Okay, go to the 5 minute. Okay, a little bit more obvious. Okay, a little more obvious. Here's B. A was earlier.
ABB,
Okay, you got C now.
WOLF.
RKD,
You got a buy order block at C. B's right there. So you got to stop underneath there. Stop underneath. Okay, looks good. NVIDIA looking good. NVDL, NVDX. Let's see. All right. Still going here. NVIDIA. S&P, a little dip, a higher low on the S&P. Looks good, though. S&P, a little higher low. Okay, we've had higher lows along here. Did we get another one? Okay, looking good. NVIDIA, S&P, sorry. Getting tongue-tied. Tongue-tied, believe it or not, tongue-tied. Okay. Looks like we're going to break out. S&P going to go for the gold here. Okay, let's see.
WOLF.
SPX. We get 6760. We're going to get that. 6760. $67.60 coming back in a little bit.
NPWR.
Okay, we're trying to do something here. S&P.
AMUU.
Trying to break out. Wow, the daily, impressive on the daily. Impressive price action. S&P 500, very impressive.
NPWR.
Okay, can we get through this? We got a sell order block right there. Can we pop through 67.50? 67.55, that would be good.
Welcome back to the exchange. FedEx lowered today after JP Morgan downgraded shares to neutral from overweight.
Tesla, nice, Corey. You're looking for that hammer. Tesla looking good.
They're writing any potential upside from FedEx's strategic turnaround will be offset, given the quote significant headwinds from a difficult industrial backdrop and increasing competition. Meanwhile, a key freight indicator also flashing a warning.
Tesla.
In what is usually a boom month for logistics and transportation companies. Global supply chain reporter Lorianne Larocco is here on set with me to discuss the latest. The state of freight. What are we seeing?
The state of freight is not that great. Sorry for the word.
NTLA.
But in all intents and purposes, so we're talking about the Logistics Management Index. And so they really look at 8 key indicators all about logistics. And the predominant ones are ocean freight orders, warehousing, inventory, and trucks, how much they're moving and what they're bringing, to and from. It was the lowest ever in the inception of the index for September. Now, September is a key month because this is a time when you've got your stuff coming in for Halloween. And then in October, where we are now, that's when we're going to start seeing the all-important holiday freight moving in, and it's not there.
Okay. Is this a reflection on the broader economy?
It's a reflection of the broader economy and the impact of the tariffs. So what we saw was this massive pulling forward from these companies, bringing their items in because of what was going on with the global trade war. Well,
Tesla
those
looking
items
good.
are sitting in the warehousing, and the inflation in those products are sitting there. That's why we're not seeing that trickle down effect, right? Because the holiday items haven't moved in. But more importantly, no one's ordering. And so what happened is, and what we're seeing in this index, is that the containers, they're
Tesla.
sitting, gathering dust in the where.
SOLT.
Hold on a sec.
CG. CGEM.
RKDA.
CGEM.
RKDA.
Okay, Tesla. Hmm. 20. All right, let me just mark this up. Tesla. Okay, Tesla. It's come a long way since the last time we took an iron condor. Tesla. Okay, 520 is way up here. 520. 525.
Day 28, you will become unrecognizable. 3 reasons to start Tai Chi workout this summer.
Shut up with your
In 1
advertising.
week, you'll
520. 525. Okay, that's those. Okay. And this one is 520. Okay, let me take the 50-day right here. $365. $365, $370. Puts 370. 365.
AMDL.
Can we see what these are going for? I have the calls already. I sold the puts. I took the puts off because it looked like that was going to head lower. It was pretty nasty. What was it? Yesterday? Trade. Tesla. Which ones did I have? November's. November. December. Oh, November. 520. 520.
RKDA.
That's a 25 delta now. Okay, 25 delta. 25 delta. The put side. Put side. What's a 25 delta on the put side? Put side delta. I'm just going to balance this out. 390. Okay, 390 instead. 390. 390. 385. 390, 385. All right, let's sell these. Sell. Vertical 390. 385. Okay. me just look at this. Right there. Tesla.
TRON.
5 of those.
IRN. IONT.
All right, Amazon's still going. Looks good, Amazon. All right, we've got about 2 hours to go. 2 hours to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Just contemplating a few things here.
IRN.
Oh, I already did that. Okay. All right. Amazon is still going. Jeez. Amazon's very
IRN.
840. All right.
RKD.
Calls.
KPTI.
So calls. So call the 525.75. 520. My apologies. I just got to get this out of the way. 525.25. 520.
INDP.
520. 525.
RKD.
$700 on that one. Okay. 700. $40. Okay. All right. So that's Tesla. I have an iron condor. I sold the puts again. I took them off yesterday because it looked like it was going to drop precipitously. Instead, it held. Bollinger Bands are. Oh, tell me that. Seriously? That didn't save. Oh. All right. Let's keep an eye on S&P though. S&P pulling back. Okay, we got to be careful with this range-bound condition here. This could go in either direction.
AMD.
We're in a range-bound consolidation of the recent 10-week. We're up 10 weeks straight. Oops. We're up 10 weeks straight. We have to be aware that this could go either way. We could keep going. Or, this could consolidate just like it is right now or drop off. So, got to go with the flow for now, right? Looking good. Tesla. Amazon still going. Amazon looking good. Let's stick with Amazon for a few. This is looking good. What's AMD doing? AMD. Okay. AMD just keeps pushing the highs. This is looking great. AMD taking out the, wow.
POM.
RKDA.
Just wow. Way better than anticipated. Judge is in the house. Yankee Stadium went nuts last night.
RKDA.
RKDA.
Wow. AMD.
IONZ. VIR.
RKDA. POM.
IRN. RKDA.
AMD. What a freaking day on AMD.
GSRT. RKDA.
RKDA. AREB.
There goes Meta too. All right. Lots of stuff to start to cook. These things have very high call skew. So, you got 50%, you make 50, 75% on your calls intraday. I'd take half off into the close. The odds are these call skews are going to come back in at some point. We're just getting really rich up here. People are chasing the New York FANG components. It does look good. Let's take a look at junk bonds. Let's see. Junk. We want to see this back above. See, junk is not telling us the same story. This is a warning signal. Junk bonds are giving us a warning signal.
RKDA. TVACW.
Yep. Yeah, roulette for sure. That's one I've played that a few times, and I said, you know what? This is silly. Yeah, junk is giving us a warning signal. Okay, high yield corporate. High yield corporate. It's starting to give us a warning signal too. Okay. HYG. I already have SPY.
RKDA.
660. 650 put. November. DTE. All right, so yeah, I want to take some of this stuff off here. Got to take some profits. AMD is fine. That's going to keep going most likely. Institutions don't mind buying high and selling higher. Okay, Amazon, AMD. Wow, that's just impressive.
RKDA.
BULL.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
BULL.
Deal. Damn, you're looking good. Damn, you're looking good. So good. Yeah.
FDMT. WOLF.
Okay, S&P, no positions left on it. S&P. Yeah, SPY. UNH. AMD. Wow. AMD is just crushing it. Holy smokes. Look at this thing. Going off the screen. Off the screen here. Yikes.
BULL.
Wow.
IMMX. VIR. AMUU. AMDL.
RKDA.
RKDA. AMUU. VIR. GSRT.
RKDA.
RKDA. AMDL. AMUU. BULL.
RKDA.
RKDA. AMDG. AMUU. BULL.
RKDA.
RKDA. AMDG. RKDA halted. RKDA will resume at 14 hours 14 minutes and 6 seconds. BULL.
RKDA.
GSRT. RXRX.
AMD still going. Looking good.
CLF. RXRX. CLF.
Okay, hope you're having a good day. It's 2:12 on the East Coast, October the 8th, Wednesday. FOMC minutes out of the way. Markets are still higher. 392, 393, 390, 385.
SOLT. CLF. BULL. RKDA may resume in less than a minute. SOLT.
Four, 520, 525, 520, 525.
GSRT. RXRX.
21 November. 25 Delta. Save as spreads. Okay. All right. So S&P futures just off the highs there. Nice little spike. Amazon is still going too. Geez. AMD is just starting to show some profits. AMD. Okay. Amazon looking good. Nice breakout on Amazon and some strength there. Wow. Amazon just keeps going, huh?
RKDA halted. RKDA will resume at 14 hours, 19 minutes, and 32 seconds.
Okay. NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. There goes Tesla. Tesla. Tesla daily looking good. Okay. AMD pulling back a bit. Amazon. Apple. Apple looks like it's going to go again late evening. Okay. Apple Apple need one more shot to the highs. Like Bon Jovi. Shot through the heart. Okay. Microsoft turning the corner. Microsoft looking good. 5 minute. Let's go to the 5 minute, a little bit more. Okay, that looks good. Okay, Microsoft ABCD pattern. Here's a B right here. Looks like we could see a higher low now. Microsoft Amazon just going straight up. Wow, that's beautiful. Amazon.
You won't believe it, but I literally wear
You're
this
right.
cargo
I
pants
won't
7
believe it.
days a week. Flex Rover.
All right, starting to see some profit taking across some of these penny stocks that have been trading today. Okay, like ABVE that just pulled back. Bini, BINI. You can see the daily, this one got about 10 million shares trading. Average is 1 million.
BINI.
BINI.
Benny's going Benny. Benny and the Jets. Benny. Benny and the Jets. Bernie Taupin. Okay, so what's going on here? AMD. AMD. Easy as 1, 2, 3. Zscaler number 2. Somebody mentioned, was that you, Frano? You mentioned Zscaler yesterday, right? Somebody mentioned Zscaler. Zscaler looking good. Zscaler with the pop. Broadcom. All right, the New York Fangs are getting jiggy here. I can't lose sight of the fact of what junk bonds are saying. Let's take a look at Breath too. Breath. Okay, these are all hooked upward. But if you were to draw a box around the highs and the lows, you can see that we haven't gone much of anywhere. Let's go look at the S&P 500. Let's look at the equal weight because we know that this is getting skewed by these stocks on the left over here. Okay, equal weight index. These stocks are skewing this. 37% of the weight of the S&P 500 is in these top 10, 15 stocks. But we are getting a bullish read. Tesla going. Tesla looking really good here. Tesla. Nice long-legged doji. I guess you could call it a hammer. The same mentality. Buyers at the low of the day. It looks good. Tesla. Tesla looking good. Okay, I have December 445s. Tesla.
TSLL.
Tesla looking good.
FDMT.
Trade desk looking good. Trade Desk, TTD. Want to get above, need to get above the 50-day. The 50-day is currently 55.76.75.
TSLL. TSLG. BINI.
TSLG is another one. Leverage shares 2 times long. TSLG. All right, it's $10. Huh, that's good. TSLG. Okay, I got enough on Tesla. TSLG. TSLL.
TSLG. BINI. SOLT. TSLL. TSLT.
TSLG.
TSLR.
TSLR too? Jeez, how many different derivatives we have of TSL? Tesla. TSLG.
TSLG. TSLL. TSLT. TSLR.
So there are more stocks. There are more ETFs. Go figure. There are more ETFs than stocks out there. Tesla, nice short covering there. Nice, nice. That's very nice. Tesla. Okay, so let me go out. Let me zoom out a little ways. Let's go 8 months.
TSLL.
Still can't see.
TSLR.
520. Okay. 10. What about the weekly? Weekly. Okay, so 520 would be a breakout above the recent highs, Tesla. AMD. Wow.
SMTK.
SMTK.
Trade Desk. UNH. Okay, UNH pulled back a bit, right? AMD though. AMD. Huge. What's going on here? Oh, that's the weekly. All right. Sounds like, where did the other candles go? Oh, there we go. All right. So a little bit off the high of the day. A little profit taking at the high here, AMD. If you're day trading it or, short-term swing and you came into it, halfway up into Monday, I'd probably take a little profits off. Yes. Tesla. Okay, Tesla backing off a bit now. All right. Amazon, still going. Let me take a look at Amazon here. Amazon. Yeah, that looks good. Amazon.
RKDA.
BULL. KPTI. HOND.
KPTI is on the run. KPTI. Okay, big drop on KPTI. What was the name of that guy that scammer? Cario Farm Therapeutics. Remember him? I think it was KPTI who was short, right?
BULL.
What was the name of that guy? The feds went after him.
AKAN. FDMT.
KPTI. Okay. Yeah, that guy. Remember him? Scarelli, whatever his name was.
BULL.
Yeah, that was him. Was it Martin Scarelli? Martin Scarelli? You know, you can make money in the markets. You don't need to go out there and steal from people, you know. That's my biggest pet peeve. These those scammers that I always call in. What is this? SC. What is this? SCWO. What is that? SCWO. SCWO is coming up on the screen. SCWO. Okay, penny stock. All right. What are they doing here? SCWO.
CCTG.
Penny stock. All right, this is a double for these people. Wow. I don't like penny stocks. 374 water. SCWO.
BULG.
Mm-hmm.
SCW.
No. That was the wrong thing.
SCW.
Okay, Amazon. Having a day, Amazon. Okay, about to get back to the. I'm looking for 340 on this one. My kids got this in their Coverdale accounts. Amazon. Tesla picking up the bid again. Tesla. Let's see. What's the news here? SCWO. SCWO. What is the news here? Provides waste destruction as a service deployment. Updates for sell shares. Okay, not much news. This one's a penny stock, but it's getting some action here. Listening to the feed in the background. Okay, Amazon. Amazon's having a day. AMD. Little profit taking in the day, but quick to buy those dips. Kenny Polcari looks very animated over there.
Most closely resembles what's happening in the economy today, in the investing environment today. And then what? I had this discussion in my last meeting a little bit
PHOE
earlier,
halted.
and
PHOE will resume at 14 hours 38 minutes and 17 seconds.
2026 and beyond.
Okay, UNH.
Early in the pandemic, called
All right, a little fade there.
deja vu all over again, the 1960s. And the idea was, in the 50s, we had very similar monetary policies.
ACWO. This is a penny stock. Just want to watch it for a minute here. This is going crazy here.
Very low credit creation, very weak uneven growth, tepid earnings growth. But because of that monetary easing, we had a pretty good stock market throughout the entire decade of the 50s. In the 60s, inflation started to accelerate, earnings growth accelerated. Eventually, it was a crackdown as a consequence of great inflation.
SCWO.
Different in as much as we had an inflation shock at the beginning of the cycle. We still have that lingering inflation risk later on. But as we move into 2026 or 2027, and by the way, the 60s was a very strong cycle for capital spending. So earnings growth accelerated from roughly 9% to 15%. The market was expensive, but returns were still pretty good because earnings growth was strong. And it
TBACW.
point where faster inflation is a problem for the bond market, but not necessarily the stock market being used. So let me explain, because you just made that point about capital spending strong in the 60s. Is that anything like the capital spending we're seeing today, specifically in the AI space? Well, it built throughout the 60s, and it began with JFK's supply side capture.
Amazon, AMD. Let's see, Tesla.
PHOE may resume in less than a minute.
But the problem would be that the 2010 was the longest business cycle we ever had, but the second weakest post-World War II capital spending cycle we ever had. We've underinvested in our
AMD. Holding up very well. Having a good day today, AMD. Taking out the news high. AMD working with OpenAI. Tesla looks like it wants to go a little bit more Tesla.
SOLT.
NERV.
You know, my brand is never different this time. Never different
SRR
this time, but,
NCW.
you know, history does inform the present, and so I do think that there could be a lot of similarities to that business.
We'll get into that, and I want to talk about that, but we'll get to that in a minute. Elton, you've spent years analyzing kind of
SOLT.
macroeconomics and policy, right? So how do you see the current Fed policy shaping the outlook now for growth, inflation? Because we know that Powell and the Fed is concerned about inflation. We see it kind of brewing under the.
Thanks, Rob.
We're starting to get the PCE report, which is the Fed's favorite inflation gauge. And so how do you see it affecting assets now and over the next 12 months?
Sure. The Fed is primarily using their balance sheet. And that easing by buying asset purchases, by buying treasuries, by buying mortgage-backed securities, continuing to do that in 2021 was a tremendous benefit to large banks, less so small banks. Tremendous benefit to households who held assets, less so to ones who
SOLT.
didn't hold assets. When they tightened, rather than a symmetrical tightening process, meaning they were more aggressive undermining the treasuries and mortgages that they bought, instead they decided we're just going to raise the policy rate and run
PBM.
in the background.
What a great day. What a great day.
Unbalanced policy that hurt small banks. Their profitability is much weaker than large banks. It hurt households living paycheck to paycheck. It hurt floating rate borrowers. It hurt high yield borrowers. That to the benefit of high quality investment grade companies. So for me, the equilibrium or neutral policy rate is 3%. The way I came up with that is because in September of 2022, when they raised through 3%, the second
PBM.
75 basis point hike, the yen rate, gilt market trade, U.S. mortgage-backed securities market,
AMD. Holding the highs, AMD. Having a good day. Good week.
we need to get back to 3% to restore an upward sloping yield curve for those small banks so they can provide credit to real estate developers, to small businesses. And one of the big
Don't want to lose sight of SMCI for micro. Just below the highs of the day. We hit 58. 58 on Super Micro. I'm looking for this one to be $100 by the end of the year. I'm with Mondo on this one. They just have so many revenue streams, and they have yet to break out of this malaise.
Newspapers.com. The past. Read all about it.
In October and December, and then 25 January, there we are. That's
correct. And they essentially pledged to do the first two, October and December. I mean, if that doesn't have a median forecast for the next two meetings, where there's only
AMD, Tesla popped up. We had that fair value gap that came down and filled the fair value gap. Now we're pushing back up. Looking good. Looking good. Long-legged doji on the daily. Buyers at the low of the day. That's the bottom line. Whatever you want to call it.
She doesn't think rates necessarily should be going lower at the moment. St. Louis Mussolini doesn't think at the moment, thinks we should be more cautious. There was another guy that came out, Boston, as another who thinks that maybe we should go down. So even those two rate cuts for October and December may be in question. But hold that up a minute, because we're going to take a break and come right back.
Today is October 8th, Wednesday. Kind of a quiet FOMC minutes. I didn't hear much of anything. The market's doing okay. S&P 500. S&P 500 just off the highs of the session. We're in a bigger range. For the last 5 trading days, we're up here north of 6,700. Okay, our line in the sand is 680, 6,700. We want to stay above that.
GTVP.
Basically, yesterday's low. Want to stay above that. A nice bullish day to confuse the bears. The bears more than likely were looking for more downside. Okay, we're starting to hear some more, starting to see some more selling here.
GTVP.
Nice little rain.
GTVP.
S&P pulling back a bit more. Be careful up here. Okay, we did manage to get up to 67.55 before getting rejected. Is that it? Are we done for the day? We've got an hour and 15 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is October the 8th, just sitting here letting the markets pick a direction.
PHOE will resume at 14 hours 49 minutes and 39 seconds.
That's what Aaron Gould's offense can do to you if you get off to a good start. And that's what they're hoping tonight happens. 18 wins to go down this year. Second only to Max Fried. He's the hardest hit in the league to get a hit against, but he's trying to slow down his hit machine on.
Got an hour and 14 minutes to go. Okay. Tesla looks like it might try some more. Tesla's hanging out, trying to do something here. Nice little rally off the low.
IONZ. QBTZ.
Tesla. Amazon. A little profit taking Amazon.
ECXP.
Stocks, a little bit of profit taking up here at the highs now.
ACXP. IONC.
Come on, Tesla.
Like his regular season, the numbers are going to start turning. This was 3 inches. And that 3 inches off the foul ball, they have turned the series.
EHW may resume in less than a minute.
Into a different conversation. For 10 years, that ball has served wide left and just missed the ball. This time it hits it. Judge has his first home run of the postseason. It's a game-tying 3-run shot. And the Yankees have come back from down 6-1, facing elimination here in Game 3 to tie it. It's the round fall foul ball. Ernie Clement deep to the left field corner. Bellinger on the run. It'll bounce off the warning track, and Clement is 3 for 3 in this game. 6 out of his last 7.
IONC.
Santander not going to bear his last time up. The long Santander, the long pitch. Line drive, right field, Judge will catch. Making plays all over the place. I don't think he gets enough credit for his defense. Everything he knows what he knows offensively, but his defense, he's playing a lot of center field. And now with the elbow issue, playing right field. The guy they call Bam Bam Barger trying to put the Jays back in front.
ACXP. IONC.
All right, a little bit more profit taking. All right, we got Meta's trying to hold on. So is Snowflake. Netflix is hanging in there.
IONC.
Come on, Tesla. Meta. Oh, let's watch Meta here. Meta. Meta.
QBTZ.
7 runs on 8 hits for the Yankees. Austin Wells, the night hitter. This crowd has been standing for a while.
IONC.
I don't think that changed much in lunches. And so that's going to be the call. Run does score. That's intentional walk you're talking about. It's the 17th time that John Schneider has put him on. He's signed as a manager. Bellinger to right center field. Sometime there with a tiny shot. Can't get it. And it gets to the track. It sneaks by Varsho. Judge stops at third. Bellinger to second.
All right, nice little bounce. Let's go, Meta. Come on. Somebody do something here. We've got an hour and 9 minutes to go.
Get a hit here. It's going to change the pitch selection, pitchers selections moving forward because of the resources you're going to need for tomorrow. Off to right center field. He went down to get that ball and lifted to sometime there to get home and run. Good piece of hitting by Ben Rice to make it 9-6. The guy throws almost 50% breaking balls. If you stay on the ball, thinking down, even if it's not a breaking ball, you're able
Come on. Here we go. Let's go.
Makes his first appearance in this series. Check swing in front of the plate. That's fair ball. Kirk down to first. That's the inning.
Devin Williams, a fine 7th inning going 1-2-3. Yankees lead 9-6 on the night they're trying to stay alive in this divisional series.
Blue Jays had 6 runs over the first 3 innings of this game and have not scored since. Yankees have gone off lead 9-6.
All right. Looks like Snowflake's trying to do something here as well. Snowflake is trying to go. Snowflake. Let's see. Snowflake. All right. Meta's looking a little better. Snowflake turning the corner here. Okay, there goes SCWO. SCWO's on the move here. Okay, trying to move back up. A little penny stock. Just watching it out of the corner of my eye. Snowflake, Meta. People taking profits, no doubt. It's been a good day today. With an hour and 6 minutes to go.
SOLT.
Okay, tomorrow we got Delta Airlines. Thank you, Stephen. Delta Airlines tomorrow, PepsiCo, Tilray, Helen of Troy. Got Apogee on Thursday after hours, and Ply Blockchain. Never heard of them.
SOLT.
Your insurance company has a cheaper rate for you right now.
What if you were prepared for all those interview curveballs?
Okay, what do we got going on here? Hour and 4 minutes to go. Coming into Power Hour. Not a bad day. Not a bad day.
That the penetration rate of artificial intelligence in most business activities is still very low. And that might snowball, which could then lead to further job displacements. But the great thing is that through the process of creative destruction, with technology like this, even if it's disruptive, it does typically lead to more job gains as opposed to fewer.
Brian Jacobson, Jen Zalaji, thank you both so much. Wonderful to see you both, Jen, Brian, thank you. That's going to do it for us here in Breaking News Mode on Wall Street. I'm Nicole Fedelides. Thanks for joining me every single day.
I understand, Nicole. Do you?
Watch list at 9 a.m. and 2 p.m. here on Schwab Network. Market on Close is next.
SOLT.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy.
From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered.
Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute.
With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
QPTZ. IONC.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at SchwabNetwork.com.
CINR.
Good afternoon. It's 3 p.m. on Wall Street, and this is Market on Close. I'm Marley Caton, coming to you live from our Chicago headquarters.
And I'm Sam Barnes, coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at what is coming up on today's show. We'll discuss the government shutdown as it nears the conclusion of day 8 and how investors and the Fed are dealing with the lack of economic data. The defense sector will be in focus as we see how the shutdown is affecting those companies and how AI and automation is being used. And in today's Options Corner, we'll take a look at Dell as it continues to rally higher following the company raising its long-term guidance. But for now, Marley, take us through what you're watching today.
Sam, you just mentioned one of them, Dell, one of the best performers in the S&P 500 today, as analysts are praising the company's recent updates to its outlook. KeyBank, Raymond James, Morgan Stanley, all giving positive commentary after the IT giant upped its long-term growth forecast for both EPS and
All right, a little Dr. Pepper. Haven't had one of those in a couple of days.
But we also just got the minutes
Surely
from
not
the
this week.
Fed meeting in September, and nearly
All
half
right.
of those voting favored 2 interest rate cuts by the end of the year. We'll give you the specifics a little bit later in the show. And NVIDIA is reportedly investing $2 billion in the latest funding round for Elon
S&P
Musk's
faded a bit. All right, Amazon off the high of the day.
use NVIDIA's GPUs at its biggest data center site, Colossus 2. CEO Jensen Huang saying his only regret about the deal is not investing more money in the company. Before we get to all of those top stories, we should check in with the market, see how we're doing as we near the close today. The S&P 500 still up 0.5% at 6746.35. On the NASDAQ, we're trading up close to 1% now at 25,066.85. For the Dow, just above the unchanged line, but still in positive territory here at 46,619.43. And the Russell 2000 up 1/3% on the day, 2476.79. Let's check out how some of our futures products are doing, specifically gold.
Yes, it is.
On a major rally here and green across the board. The dollar stronger on the day, 1/3% at 98.61. Gold continuing its moves to the upside, up 1 1/3% right now at 40.7240 a troy ounce. Crude oil up 1% at 62.40 a barrel, and Bitcoin creeping back up towards its record highs, 124,000 right now, a little higher than that, up about 1.33%. Now, before we get to some of our top stories, I do want to check back in with Sam and see what's catching her eye on the floor of the night today. Sam?
Well, as you just pointed out, Molly, I mean, this is an everything rally. This is a market which continues to, as it historically does, look past the government shutdown, which is now in its second week. The Senate again today rejecting funding proposals to reopen the government. But as we say, investors are shrugging off the stoppage, but they're also watching to see just how long this drags on for and how much it impacts the U.S. economy. And that's part of the reason why investors are going for gold, with the yellow metal continuing its record-breaking rally today after it punched through $4,000 and climbing even as the dollar is up. An interesting dynamic. Investors are seeking the safe haven asset amid bets on future rate cuts and ongoing economic uncertainty. And you mentioned XAI. Well, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang gave a wide-ranging interview this morning saying demand for computing has been strong recently, also saying the OpenAI AMD deal was, quote, clever, but that he was surprised they gave away 10% of the company, and adding that while the US is ahead of China in technology and AI, China is ahead of the US in energy. But now I'll send things back to Molly, who's with Kevin Hinks in Chicago with some of today's top movers.
Thanks so much, Sam. Yes, like you just mentioned, joining us now is Kevin Hinks, joining us from the CBOE to talk about some of the biggest stories of the day. Kevin, let's just start with this NVIDIA headline. I teased it off the top of the show, this investment in XAI. Jensen Huang saying he just wished he'd invested more.
I want to be involved in everything that Elon Musk is involved in, is what Jensen Huang said this morning. Part of his $2 billion investment in XAI. And it's also a deal they cut designed for NVIDIA to supply XAI with specialized hardware. So this is, Jensen Huang taking the enormous amounts of cash that NVIDIA is making off GPU sales and seems to be spreading it around to invest in other companies involved in AI, where he's going to own a significant part of AI, both in the chips sold and in the companies using. It's pretty incredible.
Okay, Broadcom trying to make another higher high. Amazon coming off the highs, a little profit taking. Still very strong. Looking for 340 on this one. Amazon looking for 340. Meta's trying to take the high road. Meta's trying to take the high road here.
Sitting at their desk going, please mention my company, please mention my company. And he did for some of them. He mentioned Elon Musk extensively. He also mentioned CoreWeave, which got a nice bump. So yeah, this $2 billion investment, like I said, his general theme was all these companies we're investing in, we wish we could invest more, Marley.
Yeah, and it's so interesting to see, we've seen NVIDIA continue to move the broader market, and Jensen Huang just an extension of that. He speaks and the market moves. You mentioned CoreWeave, they got a boost. Will be very interesting to see on the heels of his commentary about Elon Musk and saying, I want to be involved in almost everything he touches. And, he has SpaceX and Neuralink, and as far as I know, they're not invested in those yet.
All right, let's go look at that.
Exactly. So, I mean, they're still, they're still raising money at SpaceX. I know that. So it's going to be interesting. But I thought that was a great, broad-ranging statement for someone like Jensen
Where are you,
Huang
IONQ?
to not really control his words, to basically say, I want to be involved in everything Elon Musk is involved in. That's a pretty broad statement from someone that holds the gravitas that Jensen Huang does.
It was bold. And while we've mentioned SpaceX, I want to talk about a SpaceX competitor that's making headlines today. AST Space Mobile striking this deal with Verizon to give Verizon customers its direct from space cellular services, which feels utopian almost to say we're going to get our cell service from space, but no more dead spots for Verizon in 2026.
Well, if you know anything about Starlink, it's a similar concept, right? And Elon Musk runs Starlink. And what it is it's cellular service up to a satellite. And so when needed, I guess this deal is struck for when Verizon needs service. You're right, there'll be no blackouts because they'll be linked to the service. Now, they had a partnership before. This really deepens and expands. It's pretty exciting, actually. And you wonder, is that the future of cell service, right? There won't be cell towers. They'll just be satellites, Marley.
Well, it is interesting because there's an ongoing conversation about how there shouldn't be areas of the world, specifically in developed countries, that don't have cellular service, and taking it from a satellite does negate some of that. As I'm looking at their chart, though, they were up, more than 11% earlier, giving back a little bit of those gains, but still a very strong day for this company.
Yeah, Verizon down slightly. Remember, it was Starlink that made headlines at the
Dr.
beginning
Pepper
of
is
the
good,
Ukraine war.
as long as you don't overdo it.
Basically gave cellular
Do they change this yet to?
That's something Elon Musk
No, it's
did.
still high fructose corn syrup. You need to get that cane syrup in there. So not drinking that corn syrup.
Of the cell phone, it just keeps going, Marley, and now it's space.
I said to George Tillis earlier, it almost feels like we're living in the Jetsons coming true, covering some of these stories. But I want to move on to our next one. FedEx under some pressure today, getting a downgrade, and JP Morgan abandoning its bullish stance in the company.
Yeah, JP Morgan, a pretty somber note.
IONZ. This is short. This is short. IONQ. Okay. IONZ short 2 times IONQ. It's $3 per share. Let's see. Let's look at IONQ. IONQ. Yeah, it looks like a short. Looks like it's going to come back in a couple of days at least. So many ETFs out there. It's just insane.
Amazon has more of a Costco membership model that they use to lower the overall price of their delivery. UPS, FedEx doesn't have that, and this seems like a part of the U.S. economy that just keeps shrinking and shrinking, Marley.
Yeah, it certainly does, and not favorable there. Although surprisingly, the price target reduction, was only from 284 down to 274. So not hugely, significant. Certainly could have been worse. Still to the upside, trading at 241 right now. But the last thing I want to talk to you about is gold. I mentioned the price of gold right at the top of the show, and we're maintaining this surge above the $4,000 level. What are your thoughts on how gold has
Snowflake.
Gold rush, Kevin?
Snowflake looking good for the breakout. Snowflake, it's a little expensive options. You have to do credit spread, debits, verticals. Snowflake looks good. Okay, Meta's trying to break out. Meta's trying to break out.
What is the reason that gold in the last 12 months is up 51%? And gold futures, despite a dollar that's rallying, remember, from a macroeconomic perspective, a higher dollar would put downward pressure on gold. But down market, gold rally. Up market, gold rally. It's incredible the amount of movement that this precious metal or industrial metal has done. And I think some people are starting to scratch their head on exactly why this is happening. We can understand why gold would firm up or be speculative. The question, Marley, is from a trading perspective, what do you do now? It's up 50%. Now what do you do with it? Because the hedge might be
Okay,
done.
all right.
From
You're
a trading perspective, and as you know, I look at everything through the
you
prism
looked
of
at
trading.
everything. That's
And
true.
it seems like if this was your hedge, then
Okay, let's restart this. Let's go see what's going on in CNBC. See if Judge is talking here.
Probably have been extended for our liking. And then on the other side of the coin, you have a lot of the real economy. I mean, take a look at the restaurant index, which is hitting almost as low as it was in April. And then you have to really look at some relative performance. You can't always tell an absolute performance, but look at the relative performance of the airlines, hotels, home builders. You go down the list of a lot of consumer-facing parts
having
of
a
the market.
day.
And then not to
Super
mention
Micro
some of
having a
the,
day.
credit
SMCI.
market like private equity,
Woohoo!
business development companies. So there's just a lot of dispersion under the surface, and I think it speaks to the fact that the actual consumer might not be doing as good as the market says, but that doesn't mean the overall market necessarily is at a top.
I'm betting you're looking at a lot of gold charts these days, like everybody else is, trying to figure out
Beautiful.
what they're saying and about where it's going.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
walking
the prevailing
here.
thought seems to be it's going higher. It was above 4,000 yesterday, first time ever, only extending it today. What do you think?
Beautiful.
Yeah, so
Super Micro looking really nice here.
we are believers in the long-term secular trend.
Okay, look at
that's
this.
been in
That's a
place for
beauty
quite some
right
time.
there.
But there's periods within that you want to be a bit
Beautiful.
cautious and you get
Like
maybe
with a
not the best
Brooklyn
time to buy.
accent.
I think now is one of those times for a couple of reasons. One, gold itself is about 26% above
Fran
its 230
Drescher.
moving average. That spread is about as wide as it's been over the last 15 years. And all 5 prior times when you got to that spread saw either meaningful pullbacks or at least a pause. Most recently it was in April of this year when we saw about a 4
Whatever happened to her,
consolidation.
Fran
We
Drescher?
also have
Does she do any
extreme
shows or
volume
anything?
today on the GLD ETF. It's going to be the highest since April.
She was good.
And gold tends to see extreme volume on the upside, unlike equities, which see
Jewish.
volume
Oh, yeah, right,
at
right,
market bottom. So
right.
there's a lot of reasons to be a bit cautious. Again, I don't think it's the final high. I think the trend is still firmly in place, but there's going to be probably better entry points in the months ahead.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. Jonathan Krinsky, BTIG, back to the panel. Dan
All right,
Greenhouse,
Super
Insights
Micro.
also still here. What do you think about gold?
Oi.
I think it's telling you.
Goodbye.
I'm interested in what Anastasia has to say about it, but I think it's telling you
Super
something.
trying to deflect to
Micro.
her to answer the question?
Well, I
You don't want to?
I'm gonna jump in.
No,
This is my first rodeo,
well,
pal.
I'll be short and quick and provocative. Like I think it's telling you something about faith in the credit of the United States. It tells you a little something about inflation. Obviously, there's enormous central bank buying and diversification.
Super
in that
Micro.
sense.
So you agree
What a
with the
day.
kinds of things that Ken Griffin has been
What a
talking about?
day.
To some degree, I do. Although I would say Ken Griffin is agreeing with me, but that's a semantic argument. Yeah, I think there's undoubtedly some of that that's in the conversation for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the market participants worry about a lot of things. They're not necessarily expressing that in the stock market. They're expressing it in gold. And one of the concerns that I hear often is the concern about inflation. Even though near term we're convinced that we've tampered down inflation, I think that thought is lingering in people's mind that what if the Fed cuts rates, but inflation actually still keeps going to 2026? The other concern, somebody asked me the other day, why is it that we don't even react to geopolitical risks anymore? We have so many geopolitical flashpoints and we just dismiss them. And maybe we don't actually dismiss them. It's just the way that we hedge against them is in gold and is in other asset classes. Because why would you sit out your time in the equity market, which was propelled by AI, where you can have that and you can have gold as a hedge as well?
That's kind of the whole Paul Tudor Jones thing. It's like, yes, there are worry signs out there, but if we're in a moment like October '99, before we got to the top and the crash of the dot-com bubble, the NASDAQ doubled.
What is
in
this?
that period.
What is this going
So
here?
investors don't want to miss
Benny.
out.
Benny is ripping here.
Down the road, it's going to end
Benny
poorly.
is ripping. Benny.
Quickest feet,
But
I think,
Benny.
to use another analogy
Benny's
that Paul Tudor
ripping.
Jones was talking about, to get
Shit,
out
sold that too
of
soon.
the market, they're going to ride it now as long as they can ride it because the gains are potentially too good to miss.
That's right. And I think down the road is the right analogy because let's think about the macro for a bit and then sort of the AI trade. The macro, the Fed is going to be cutting interest rates, and we do have a real chance of supporting the labor market, which is weak, but it's not tremendously weak. So if they do deliver the 75 basis points, I think the cushion the profit margins of the companies that are trying to absorb the tariffs, and they have a chance to reinvigorate the labor market. So if that's the case, you certainly don't want to leave that economy. And then the other point is, yes, we do worry about the potential for oversupply. That's, for example, building with all of these announcements. But if you look at data center capacity today, it's still about 2.6%. So that oversupply may be coming at some point, but that point is likely not a couple of years from now.
Well, Michael Dell was talking about it yesterday on CNBC, where
Right.
he's like, well, we'll probably get to a point where you build too many data centers, but
Right.
he's not seeing any signs of it now, nor I don't think is anybody else, which is why the stocks like Dell And like
Mm-hmm.
Oracle and a lot of the power names like Constellation Energy got an upgrade today. Eaton was on the move. GE Vernova was on the move. That's why those stocks continue to run. That's why they're the new growth stocks.
It's
in this
hard
market.
to have a top when every day you roll in and there's a new investment headline promising X amount of billions of dollars being committed. It's hard to end while this
Supermicro.
investment cycle is still ongoing. There will be a point where
Big
it
day.
ends, and it will probably end poorly. But there's still so much money going in this direction. How does it end while that's happening?
Okay, that lets us end on the idea of the Fed and talking about financial conditions. So much money. There's so much money out there. They're
Big day
cutting
for
interest rates,
SMCI.
right? The world's becoming more
Supermicro.
liquid, literally, because
These penny
all central
stocks are getting a
banks
lot
are
of
cutting interest rates. Is that fueling part of this, and is that
lot of
a
flow
concern
here.
that they're going to play a role in letting it get too out of hand?
I don't think it has played a role as of yet, because I think a lot of what's going on is, for lack of a better word, organic. And I'm sure there will be people out there who at me on Twitter and tell me organic is not the right word because this is all artificial. But there is demand here. I mean, every single one of the hyperscalers keep telling us, and Jen said it the other morning on CBC again, that supply is not keeping up with demand.
SMCI,
So that story's
Supermicro.
ongoing. Is the Fed going to help juice this
Wow, what a
little bit?
day.
I mean, probably. We're transitioning from a scenario where the AI capex has been funded out of
Okay,
cash flow
so we're going to get
into an
62
era when
by
it's gonna
tomorrow,
be
most likely, right?
increasingly, not
At this rate,
exclusively, but increasingly
Supermicro.
funded out of debt.
Okay,
To the extent
Meta's
that
trying to
the
break
Federal
out too.
Reserve
Meta's trying to break
to the
out
extent that the Treasury market
right here.
reacts to that on the downside, then this is going to be favorable to that investment cycle.
That's what last point too. It's like that's typically what inflates the big bubble and then ends it, right? You're cutting interest rates and then you're hiking interest rates, and then the party ends, the music stops, the record scratches, and everybody goes home.
Right, but one thing we haven't yet talked about, the impact of this AI build out in the labor markets. You know, you actually see more and more companies mention AI as the reason for layoffs. So maybe, just maybe, the Fed is cushioning the labor market. It doesn't necessarily need to ignite the inflation.
All right, we're leaving it there. Anastasia, thank you. Dan Greenhouse, thanks to you as well. See both of you back here soon. To Christina Partsenevelos now for the biggest names moving into the close.
I gotta start with the shares of AMD.
Meta.
10% today after hitting a new all-time high. And on
3
pace for
hammers in a
best
row.
weekly
Don't
gains
see that
since
very
2016.
often.
And those gains come on Monday's news of OpenAI looking to take a 10%
I guess
stake in the
technically they're
chipmaker.
not hammers. They're more
NVIDIA
like
CEO
clubs.
Jensen Huang told CNBC this morning that the deal is, quote, imaginative, unique, and surprising.
Meta.
Shares almost 10%. And AST Space Mobile soaring on news of a deal with Verizon to provide customers with cell service from space starting in 2026. The terms of the deal were not immediately clear, but according to AST, it will bring direct-to-service connection via space to cell phone users on Verizon plans, quote, when needed. Shares up over 10%. And shares of Dell rising another 8% today after a 3.5% bump just yesterday, as Wall Street really digests the company's updated financial guidance. Several firms raising their price targets, citing stronger growth potential, of course, because of the company's AI servers. Did you think it was anything else? Shares up over 8%. Scott?
All right, we're just talking about that one. Thank you, Christina. We'll be back to you soon. Got some news out of D.C. Eamon Javers here with those details. What do we know?
Scott, we know from the IRS that they're furloughing quite a few people at that agency. A new notice just posted on the internet revealing that the IRS is going to furlough about 34,000 employees. That's roughly half of their workforce is being considered non-exempt from furlough during the course of this government shutdown. So that's a lot.
Get AI to do a lot of that stuff.
In the federal workforce starting today. A bunch of people, about half the workforce, will be considered exempt and therefore will be continuing to operate the service. But they will be losing a lot of people, and that's indefinitely until this shutdown is resolved. Scott, back over to you.
Okay, Eamon, thanks for the update. Appreciate that. Eamon Javers in Washington. We are just getting started on the bell. Up next, AI and IA. That's right. We're talking healthcare in the heartland with one company disrupting that industry. We'll explain. We're live at the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
Okay, Meta trying to go. Whew. Yeah. Looks good there.
ARMG.
Meta Nothing but buying down here. All right, with the exception of that big red candle, Maribozu looking candle. Each one of these 5 candles out of 6, even these up here, buyers at the low of the day, buyers at the low of the day, more emphatic here with these. These are turning into more bullish candles, taking out yesterday's high. Okay, can we see 720, 730 tomorrow? Yeah, I would think so. RSI's turning, MACD, stochastic, everything's setting up. All we need is volume now. Going into Thursday, maybe we'll get a nice little follow through. Nice pop on the S&P. It's a good day. That's a good day for sure. Meta. Come on, Meta. You can do it. Take out the high today.
You keep giving him chances like his regular season, the numbers are going to start turning. This was 3 inches, and then 3 inches off the foul ball. They have turned this series, and they're going to challenge into a different conversation. For 10 years, that ball has sold.
Okay, Apple's trying to go to Apple. Let's see, the upper call wall is what, 257, 260 after 257.50. We're above 257.50. Apple's about to go here. Apple's about to go. Okay, Apple.
Welcome back. One of
The New York Fangs look pretty good. Apple.
The revolution is healthcare. Our next guest company trying to change that industry calls itself the operating system for Next Gen Health. John Lensing is Open Loop Health's co-founder and CEO, and he is with us on set. It's good to see you. Thanks for coming on.
I appreciate you having me.
All right, so the operating system for Next Gen Health, what does that mean?
People want convenient healthcare. So Open Loop is focused on taking non-healthcare companies and turning them into healthcare delivery centers overnight. So think about getting sexual and reproductive healthcare through a dating app, or think about getting urgent care through a grocery store chain, or weight management through a gym. Open Loop enables all of these companies to turn themselves into healthcare companies overnight.
You'll work with doctors' offices, nurses.
Beautiful.
You automate workflows, take notes, different components of writing prescriptions, outreach. It's like a full stack of stuff you're trying to do.
Everything, top to bottom. The docs, all the tech, the legal, the regulatory components, the billing, as well as the fulfillment for pharmacy and diagnostics. Whole lineup.
$1 billion run rate. So you're young, obviously, and growing, but you're profitable.
Yeah.
How old's the company?
4.5 years old.
Your story is interesting too, is that we're teasing it as AI and Iowa, because we need to get off the coasts, you know, and get out there and see what's happening in the heartland. You guys are based in Des Moines. Tell me more. How did this all come about?
Born and raised in Iowa, small little farm town. Decided I liked medicine, went into the field, graduated medical school, was wanting to go into reconstructive surgery, but started Open Loop really as a passion project to address a lot of the accessibility issues I was seeing. So when I was in grad school, patients were driving 4 to 5 hours one way to come get the care they needed. And so this is my way of sort of giving back to my state, giving back to the heartland, and trying to start a company to address a lot of those problems.
Okay, so we're talking about AI, obviously, every day on the network. How does AI play into what you do?
BNE is going, BINI is going vertical, BINI.
That's where everybody's talking
All right,
about.
that's going.
All the scribes that have come out recently, streamlining documentation, streamlining coding, making physicians faster at their work and decreasing their admin burden. Bucket one. Bucket two is more on the patient engagement side of things. How do we take patients and keep them on program?
Okay, looks like Meta wants to break out here, Meta.
Their overall health. So think about proactive outreach, nudges, knowing where and how they're spending their money and how that correlates to their health, and proactively pushing them different directions, clinical insights. And the third category would be market expansion.
Meta.
How do we take these non-healthcare companies,
Three hammers on Meta.
by embedding with AI, infiltrating them with clinical operating systems so they can take their audiences now and better leverage them.
So Apple trying to take out the high today.
To a point, and I know you do some of this, patient interactions with AI agents.
With 32 minutes to go.
Are just going to be talking with an agent, and that's going to be the first step of our interaction with the healthcare system. Is that the future of how this is all going to look?
I mean, we're already there. I mean, that's just the fact of it. And, you know, the majority of our AI agents will meet with the patient first. They'll do the full clinical intake. And then at the very last part of the visit, will an actual physician step in to review the work that's been done by AI. The technology is already there for them to fully do visits. We're just not yet at a regulatory standpoint where that would be allowed.
So what happens next for you guys?
Jeez, everything's working.
What do you think about the public market?
Everything is working. I love days like this. Everything, everywhere you look, you see green.
Capital. If we do go out and raise additional capital, it'd be to accelerate additional infrastructure development. What are new capabilities that we don't yet have that we need to add in? And then from there, I think the world's our oyster. Public markets are definitely interesting. We've been eyeing those and exploring opportunities, but we'll just have to see what's in the cards.
First time here at the New York Stock Exchange?
First time.
All right.
Hopefully not the last, right?
From the heartland to the Mecca of capitalism. It's good to have you here. Thanks for being on.
Thank you.
All right, it's John Lensing, Open Loop. He's the co-founder and CEO. Still ahead, auto stocks getting hit in the session today. We'll tell you what's weighing on those names coming up. The bell's back after this.
Oh boy. Wow, what a day. Hope you're having a good one. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, October 8th. We got 30 minutes to go. 30 minutes to go. I wouldn't be surprised to see some profit taking here. Most of these are at the high of the day. Most of these are at the high of the day. Okay, SMCI is going scorched earth. Okay, that looks good. Meta trying to push a bit higher. Apple's higher. Everything's working. Wow. Wow. Okay, looking good. UNH, like to see that turn back up. Netflix is at the high of the day. Okay. Netflix, do I have an open order to close this at $50? No, that's IBM. IBM, what's IBM doing? Even IBM, working off the lows here. IBM looks good.
TVA.
Okay, futures looking for that to continue, break higher. Good day. Good day in the neighborhood. Okay. Let's see. BINI still going here.
TBA.
SMCX.
Meta trying to break the highs. Apple trying to break the highs. Amazon just off the highs. Netflix at the high of the day.
Star tech analyst Dan Ives says pop the popcorn for this tech earnings season. He'll tell you the names he is betting on the most next.
Meta. Okay, NVIDIA trying to do something. NVIDIA dipped from the highs, and we're just kind of chopping around right now. ABCD pattern. Okay.
ACXP.
Trying to take out that high at A. Nothing yet. Okay. S&P for the last 10 minutes has just been moving sideways.
SCWO.
SCWO.
Okay.
BITF.
BINI. Hey guys, this is Senator John Ossoff in Georgia, and a right-wing super PAC just dropped $5 million.
Good. Yeah, CWO trying to take out the high. Bitcoin almost 80% into yesterday's candle, maybe 85%. Bitcoin looking pretty good. Nice recovery on Bitcoin. BTC USD. Okay, Bitcoin inside day. Almost retaking the highs from yesterday. So I would be, if you're trading Bitcoin, I'd be looking at Coinbase. This looks like it wants to break out. It's just hemming and hawing right now. I got the 50-55 call vertical for November. Looking for that to go. Volume looks good. That's institutions. Okay, that looks good. What about BITO and other names? BITO. What is NAMO? BITX and Riot. 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 Okay, making new highs. Riot. Okay. I did buy Riot, didn't I? More share. Didn't I buy more share of the Riot? Yeah, okay. Riot's up on the day. Okay, those are Friday. I'm going to go ahead and take profits into strength here. It's just kind of grinding along. I got profits on Riot. I'm going to go for something further out in time if I get a dip tomorrow. Okay, Riot, I'm out. All right, so that's me exiting some Riot. Riot took some profits.
SCWO.
Chat.
All right, we're back on the Bell Tech earnings kickoff in just a few weeks. Our next guest says it will be a popcorn moment for AI. Joining me now, Wedbush's Dan Ives. It's good to see you. I don't think anybody is really surprised to hear you say that, given how bullish you've been. Is there a name that you're most bullish about of all the companies that you cover and people are so used to hearing you speak about?
Scott, I'd say, look, about 30% of the deals have been accelerated on the Microsoft side. I think that continues to be when I look at Azure and where they are in AI. I mean, that's why I believe Microsoft, is trending toward a $5 trillion market cap. That's the one to me this quarter that sticks out front and center. And look, and that's bullish for just use cases, what we're seeing across the board as Nadella is sort of leading the charge.
$5 trillion market cap. So I'm actually kind of surprised that of all the names that are out there, Microsoft is the one that you've chosen. Sure, the stocks perform quite well, but it hasn't performed the best of the group. Why?
I think Street is underestimating what this demand looks like. I mean, look, I could say, 6 months ago it was Alphabet, right? And that sort of, I think, caught up a bit, even though we continue to be very bullish on that. But I think it really just comes down to what we're seeing in the field from all the partners, from these cloud accelerations. Street is underestimating the hyperscaler demand, and that goes for Google, that goes for Amazon, goes for Microsoft. And I think that when I look at next year, I think ultimately underestimating numbers across the board for tech by 15, 20%, and underestimating CapEx by probably 30%. That is why we feel it's a get the popcorn out moment for tech stocks.
But you don't feel like you're overestimating anything. And I know you talk about these, the popcorn moment. I think some people fear that people are eating too much cotton candy, right?
Yeah.
Big sugar high. You heard more of that. It was Ken Griffin talk about a sugar high this week. Do you, as an analyst, do you think you're going to be able to identify when things look like they actually have gone too far?
Yeah, look, that's my job, right? I mean, that's why, I travel around the world talking to customers, talking to more customers later today, and trying to understand what the demand curve looks like, what the use cases look like. Even on software, names like MongoDB, Snowflake, of course, Massive AI, Palantir, and others. But that's what we're focused on. And as we continue to still see it accelerate and the demand plays out, to me, that's why we stay pound the table sort of bullish going into year end. We've talked about NASDAQ 24 to 25,000, and that continues to sort of be our view. Still 2 to 3 years left in this tech bull market where we are in this AI cycle.
And you don't look at any of these
Apple trying to take the highs here,
so to speak, and raise an eyebrow in any way, wondering whether it all really is going to lead to the promised land?
Look, it's a great question. I get some of the concerns out there.
I don't know. Wanda just comes across as somebody. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. We got analysts and people big into the industry, AI, talking about the next 8 or 9 years, and he keeps talking about like it's going to die tomorrow. I don't know if there's a producer telling him to talk like that. It just I can't put my finger on it. It just seems very weird. He's constantly focused on AI like it's the end instead of the beginning. As these companies make money, like Palantir, for example. What's Palantir doing? Software as a service with AI, it had some issues on Friday that it seems to have recovered from. So many Meta using AI to what's the word I'm looking for? Make more efficient use of their ad generating engine, right? There's so many of these using AI, OpenAI, XAI, working with NVIDIA, AMD, all these companies doing well. Dell, SMCI. I mean, is the funding gonna drop off tomorrow, or next week, or a year from now? I doubt it. I really doubt it. Remember when we were talking about back in the late 90s, we were talking about computers. Remember those old cathode ray tubes, those orange things? You had what, 16 megabytes of RAM? Remember that? Remember those days? 8086 processors, IBM 8086. And the first Microsoft version, Windows. And those were the days, man. And look where now Apple's about to break out here. Apple's about to go. Meta's trying to go. Apple.
Are we underestimating what could ultimately come out of those two brains and what impact it could be on a company like Apple?
Apple trying to break out.
I mean, especially someone like John that knows Cupertino as well as anyone. And I think that's going to accelerate Apple in terms of this move.
Excuse me.
With Google, Gemini, could be other partners.
I don't mean to like give the guy a hard time, you know, but he just comes across kind of, I don't know, it's got to be the producer making him the protagonist. You know, if you've got a pot, it's like talking to my son. He can argue anything. He's getting that from his mother. Russian, right? Russian people, from my knowledge, they like to argue a lot. You know, you make a comment, they'll argue the point, even though there's no need for an argument. My son is like that. You know, what was I talking to him about this morning? That was something we got. I just said, you know, it is what it is, dude. You know, I only got a few more years of experience from you. He's a smart kid, though. You can see that you can tell the signs of a smart kid when they can argue a point using the Socratic method. You know, it's just. I said to him the other day, "Yeah, that's the Socratic method." He said, "Papa, I know the Socratic method." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." Smart ass. Oh man, we got about 16 minutes to go. I'm just rambling right now because it's been a good day. Whenever it's a good day, I tend to ramble a little bit too much, I guess. Yeah, I'm waiting for your email to clear here. Sold a lot of credit spreads over the last couple of weeks. I'll be starting to take those off soon. Okay, Apple. All right, so we just took out some stops probably overhead right here. Coming back in, a little profit taking. We've got about 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go.
SEW.
Okay.
DRES. ARMG.
Oklo, still consolidating, right? Yes.
BIAF.
Who is that?
DRES.
Riot. Took some Riot off just now. About 10 minutes ago. Took some Riot off. Okay. I missed the high of the day, but we turned back up. I got pretty close to the high of the day for Riot. Riot looks good on the daily. The only reason I'm taking this off is because I have Friday calls. What I want to do, I could have just rolled them out for a week. I'll see if I can get a better entry tomorrow. Riot. We got Bitcoin looking really good. Coinbase has turned up. This looks like it wants to break, straining to break above 393. Coinbase, if that goes, I have a pretty large position in CONL options. CONL, I have the options. I generally don't like to take options on a leveraged ETF, but this is only 2 times. And it gives me a better entry than just, I could have just traded Coinbase options, but done something like a vertical or whatever. But I went straight calls on this one. All right, what's this?
We're 15 from the bell. Back to Christina now for the stocks that she is watching. No more secrets.
No more secrets. Oh, that's a tease. That's a tease to commercials. I never share. And so the secret is revealed. It's Rocket Labs matching the color. I have a few viewers already commenting. Another big contract, the deal with Japan-based satellite manufacturer IQPS is for 3 additional rocket launches. That's on top of the 4 existing upcoming launches between the 2 companies. This is a SpaceX rival, and it said its next launch with IQPS, again from Japan, is scheduled for November. Freeport, McMoran, jumping about 5% on 2 positive analyst calls after some recent volatility in the copper miner. Citi upgraded shares to a buy alongside raising its copper price forecast. Wells Fargo saying it agrees with the copper bulls launching coverage of Freeport and calling it a top pick, 5% higher. And then shares of Joby, and with them, aviation sliding after the electric air taxi maker priced a secondary stock offering at a discount. Joby is expecting to receive gross proceeds of about $514 million, which it would then use to fund its certification and manufacturing efforts. Major issuance like that, dilution of shares, that's why it's down about 7%.
Yeah. All right, Christina, thank you.
Thanks.
Christina Partsinevelos with us. Up next, we'll tell you what's weighing on the auto names today, plus JP Morgan Private Bank's Tom Kennedy. He's standing by to tell us what he thinks about these markets in its final moments today of the trading day. We're back after this in the Market Zone.
Apple. Meta. Okay, so it doesn't look like we're going to break higher on some of these. Meta. Meta. Okay, I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Nice. It's going to turn more into a doji or spinning top, it looks like. 2 hammers. We had buyers at the low of the day. A little profit taking, people that are just nervous about holding on to positions into this 10th week higher. I don't blame them. I'm a little skeptical about this price action, but if we can manage to hold on, let's say we break out tomorrow, that'd be great. Okay, we've got 10 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go. So let's go take a look at the New York FANG components. Okay, this is looking good. Now, we could be down tomorrow and still be inside of this range. But the gains keep coming. I don't know if you noticed this or not, but the gains keep coming with very little pullback. All right, since the April 7th low. That first little pullback, the third week of April. Okay, we came back in. That was the deepest pullback because people were still nervous. But once we got above the 50-day, though, we have these sideways 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these sideways consolidations. We rally up, consolidate sideways, rally up, consolidate, rally up, so on. RSI is pointing higher, so that's good. MACD's looks like it wants to turn. Oops. MACD looks like it wants to turn right here. Stochastics is turning. All right, so this is good. All good. All good. So the individual components, many of them looking good, like let's say Microsoft. Microsoft above the 50-day last week. Okay, now it's starting to trend. I love this. We're looking at this 554 over here, 554.50 with 9 minutes to go. 554, that was the earnings gap up. We faded. People took some profits off. Back above the 50-day. Last week, entirely above the 50-day. We pop on Monday, fade a little bit. Either tomorrow or Friday, I'm expecting maybe we'll see another test, take out 531. RSI is rising. MACD looks good. Volume looks good. So that's Microsoft. Apple, of course. Apple, 13-day range. It looks like an ascending flag. Okay, an ascending flag instead of downward. Ascending. RSI looks good. Muscle. We're tagging the 90 MA. Tomorrow could be the day. Get above 260. Apple. MACD's flat. Stochastics embedded. Volume looks okay. Not the best. Not the best, but here goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Damn it. I hate this new interface. It doesn't automatically take my previous. Okay. Okay. NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA. Okay. Super Micro. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Super Micro. Closing at the high of the day. Super Micro. Gonna close high of the day if I jinx it.
Tracking the action in the autos. Mike Santoli, to you first. We have a nice little ramp as we get closer to the finish, and it is in the NASDAQ. Exactly. Well, the Russell too. Russell's up near 1%. Yes. So you have a kind of a mechanical buy of a pretty trivial dip yesterday. It is definitely led by usual suspects. We get reassuring words about we're still early in AI. One day we're panicky. One day we're pretty comfortable. So I think that's all on trend.
Super Micro going to close high of the day.
Outthink or really overthink the trend. 3-year trailing returns in the S&P, 24% annualized. It's not bad. We haven't had a dip in a while, but I look at the places that aren't playing along, and consumer cyclicals are one of them still. So I don't know if that means that we're supposed to take a macro message from that. I know Les is going to talk about private equity. Jeffries getting smacked around today because of some private credit losses. So, I feel like it's just a monolithic story about everyone's happy about the Fed cutting and AI.
Let's just go to Leslie then, because she's going to tell us about this call for KKR, right?
Yep. So obviously there's been a lot of movement in this space, and not all alternative stocks are created equally. Over the last
Okay, there goes Broadcom.
exposure to private credit, think Ares, Blue Owl, and Apollo have underperformed those with
Okay. Oh, SMCI.
like TPG, Carlyle, and to some extent KKR. Both research
There goes Super Micro. Stretching its legs here. Super Micro. Oh, lordy, lordy. Okay, S&P 500 end of day trying to take out the high of the day. SPX. ARM, Kaboom. Okay, ARM Holdings. Somebody mentioned ARM earlier. That looks really good. Micron, the chips.
Which they believe will persist in the near term. This call doesn't totally make sense to me because if those concerns do materialize,
NVIDIA.
private equity would be impacted as well, as equity is lower in the capital structure, meaning they'd be wiped out before private credit. If that were to
Okay, looking good. ABCD pattern on NVIDIA.
That's why you're on the case, Leslie, because
Okay, here goes NVIDIA.
this space very much. We'll be talking about it a lot. I have
Beautiful.
in the weeks and months ahead. That's Leslie Bicker.
Thanks, Dollar.
Autos. Tell us more.
Well, it's mainly European autos, and that's what we're going to look at, Scott, because they were hit by changes the EU is putting in place in terms of steel quotas and steel tariffs. So as you take a look at Mercedes, Volkswagen, BMW, all of them under pressure today, largely because of the changes instituted by the EU. They've announced that their tariff-free quota for steel is going to be dropping.
Great teamwork in the trading room. Thanks for everything that you guys have been posting. Very nice.
It's dropping 47% compared to 2024. Any excess steel, any amount beyond that tariff quota, will face a tariff of 50%. That's the pressure and the concerns about inflation that are hitting the European automakers. Also, take a look at BMW. Now, this was the big loser today, not just because of the tariff issue. The bigger issue is that they warned about their profits being lower than expected. Why? Sales are slowing in China. That's a big component.
Okay, NVIDIA. Nice move on NVIDIA.
And so as a result, BMW down more than 8% today. Scott?
All right, good stuff. Fill the boat. Thank you very much. Tom Kennedy, of course, as I said, is here with us. JP Morgan Private Bank. Mike Santoli's along still as well. What's your view? Good to have you, by the way. What's your view on where we are, where you think we might be going from here? Yeah, on the 8th day of the government shutdown, what do we get? A new all-time high in the S&P.
Oh, right. There's a government shutdown. I forgot all about that.
And
just responding and looking through tariff news, looking through the government shutdown. Take the broad signals from the market, adding on a little bit on the private equity point. We know credit spreads are at all-time highs or all-time tights. We know the equity market is all-time highs. We're not talking about enough is that interest rate volatility has fallen.
What's shut down?
In the last few months. Right now, if you look at the move index,
There you go.
lower than where it was when the Fed
Stephen, man, you've come along so much. I just can't stress it enough, man. I remember when you first joined us. You were taking some good trades, but man, you've really come along way beyond that. Great job on your part. Okay, there goes Nvidia. Nvidia going. There goes Nvidia.
Leverage in this economy is concentrated exclusively at the government level. Consumers are sitting in the best position from
RMG. Okay. Okay, I'm done for today. I'm not going to buy anything else. Looks good though. RMG, that's a good one.
Scott saying AI is the bubble. Two really important indicators to follow are their earnings outpacing their spending on CapEx. So far for most of these hyperscalers,
What is that?
I mean, they're saying it could be a bubble, but it's not a bubble.
NXL's driving higher right now. Okay, 2 minutes to go.
Jones had to say on this network the other day. Are you going to do anything differently today?
If you truly believed it or you had perfect foresight, I don't know that you'd do much different. Although I will tell you that by mid or late 2001, nobody was feeling smart for having caught the last 6 months if you didn't sell it at the top. Because you were lower from the year-end close in 1998, 3, 4, 5 years later. So I guess my point is, I don't think it's the relevant context to frame what we're looking at yet. So in other words, you can go up a good deal from here. We're still not really talking about the level of just steep acceleration we saw back then, of profitless prosperity and all of these names. I'm more focused on a kind of garden variety, short-term, low-quality, frothy rally in parts of this market.
Okay, less than a minute to go.
Like the Jonathan Krinsky saying, exactly, the memes are back. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the memes being back. I'm talking about looking at that
before they even have a chance to crop up.
ETF, which was just launched and relaunched today, and 5 of the 18 stocks are quantum computing names. Joby's in there, okay, which has no revenues in the $17 billion market cap.
All right, that's a wrap. That is a wrap.
I mean, maybe it's all going to work out. My point is, people are indiscriminately buying these things, and that can.
All right, folks. Thanks for all the shares, the ideas, jokes, comments in the trading room. Really appreciate the activity. The
Firms that don't make any profits right now, year-over-year improvement in their stocks in aggregate is trailing the S&P 500.
really appreciate the participation in the room. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprince.com at the closing bell. It is October the 8th, Wednesday. I hope you had a great day. Nice way to finish it off at the high of the day with most things green and rising. Have a great evening. Take care. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for the play-by-play, Thursday, October the 9th. Take care. We'll see you. Ciao.